Hello, English learners. Welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And I'm Erica.
And today we're bringing you another great lesson for all of you who are interested in shopping.
Especially those of you who are interested in shopping for a car.
A car, exactly. So we're going to give you some great language about describing a car or characteristics of a car.
Yep.
And also some really interesting language for shopping.
Yes, especially buying something really big and expensive.
Yeah, like a car.
Yeah.
So before we listen to our dialogue, let's take a look at vocabulary preview.
Vocabulary preview.
On vocabulary preview today, we're bringing you two words. The first one is vehicle.
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 So again, a vehicle is a machine, right?
Right, a machine that carries people from one place to another.
So it's important to say that a vehicle could be an airplane,
A car,
a
a boat,
boat.
even a bicycle.
Right.
Yep.
That's a vehicle. Our second word is sedan.
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 So a sedan is a type of car.
Exactly. It's a type of car with 4 doors that can fit 5 people inside.
So to make it more clear, most taxis are sedans.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
They have 4 doors,
Yeah.
5 people can fit in there,
Yeah.
including the driver. Except taxis in Mexico.
They're not sedans?
They're little Beetles.
Oh.
They're Volkswagen Beetles, so those
Okay.
are not sedans. But yeah, most countries have sedans as
Yeah.
taxis. To give you some examples, like a Toyota Corolla or a Toyota Camry is a sedan.
Yeah. Maybe like a Volkswagen Jetta. Is that it?
A Jetta, yeah,
Yeah.
a Jetta is a sedan.
Yep.
Now we could listen to our dialogue, and it's going to be at a normal speed the first time, but you don't have to worry about it.
We'll come back and teach you some of the important words from the dialogue.
Hi there, can I help you folks?
I'm just browsing, seeing what's on the lot. My daughter wants a car for her birthday. You know how it is.
Dad, I'm 16 already, and I'm like the only one at school who doesn't have a car.
She's right, you know. Kids these days all have cars. Let me show you something we just got in. A 1996 sedan. Excellent gas mileage. It has dual airbags and anti-lock brakes. A perfect vehicle for a young driver.
Dad, I love it. It's awesome. Can we get this one, please?
I see. What can you tell me about this one?
Oh, that's just an old World War II tank that we use for TV commercials. Now about this sedan.
Whoa, wait a minute. Tell me more about this tank.
Well, sir, if you are looking for quality and safety, then look no further. 3 inches of reinforced steel protect your daughter from short-range missile attacks.
Does the sedan protect her from missile attacks?
It does not.
Well, I don't know. Let me sleep on it.
Did I mention the tank is a tank?
I'll take it.
Dad.
I think she's really lucky.
Really?
She's getting a tank to go to school. How awesome is that?
I would be so embarrassed if I had to drive to school in a tank.
It's like the coolest car.
Oh, you're such a boy.
All right, a surprising ending to a relatively easy shopping day.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at some language that we saw in our dialogue on Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
We have 4 words for you today. The first one is gas mileage.
Gas mileage.
Gas mileage.
Gas mileage. So gas mileage is how many miles you can travel on a gallon or liter of gasoline.
Well, you know what's interesting? In some English-speaking countries like Australia, New Zealand, Canada, we use kilometers to measure
Right.
distance, but we still talk about gas mileage. Yeah.
I guess you can't say gas kilo mileage
No.
or something like that. But yeah, it's basically how many kilometers or how many miles you can travel on a tank or on a liter or gallon of gas.
Exactly.
Okay.
The next word is airbags.
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 These are like big bags of air that fill up and come out of the car when there's a crash.
Right. So that way you don't hit your head against
Yeah.
the steering wheel or
Yeah.
something like that.
So they protect you.
Right. I've heard that Volvo has like 18 airbags now in their cars.
They are very safe cars, you know?
It's like a big balloon.
Uh-huh.
Okay, our third word today is brakes.
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 Brakes. So what are brakes?
Brakes are what are brakes? Brakes are what make your car stop.
Okay, so they're the little machines maybe that stop your car?
Yeah, they're on the wheels.
Yep.
They make your car stop.
Uh-huh.
You have brakes on your bike,
Yes.
on your car, etc. Our last word today on language takeaway, reinforced.
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 So we have some examples of how we use reinforced because it's a little bit weird.
Yeah, these will help you understand the meaning.
Example 1.
So, I reinforced all the walls. There's no way they're going to fall down.
Example 2.
This plastic is reinforced with glass, so it's both light and strong.
So basically anything that's reinforced is made stronger.
Perfect.
Reinforced
Yep.
steel, reinforced table, anything. Okay. Great. So now we could listen to our dialogue again. You can practice all these words that we just talked about, and we'll come back shortly.
Hi there. Can I help you folks?
I'm just browsing, seeing what's on the lot. My daughter wants a car for her birthday. You know how it is.
Dad, I'm 16 already, and I'm like the only one at school who doesn't have a car.
She is right, you know. Kids these days all have cars. Let me show you something we just got in. A 1996 sedan. Excellent gas mileage. It has dual airbags and anti-lock brakes. A perfect vehicle for a young driver.
Dad, I love it. It's awesome. Can we get this one, please?
I see. What can you tell me about this one?
Oh, that's just an old World War II tank that we use for TV commercials. Now, about this sedan.
Whoa, wait a minute. Tell me more about this tank.
Well, sir, if you are looking for quality and safety, then look no further. 3 inches of reinforced steel protect your daughter from short-range missile attacks.
Does the sedan protect her from missile attacks?
It does not.
Well, I don't know. Let me sleep on it.
Did I mention the tank is a tank?
I'll take it.
Dad!
So we have a couple of interesting phrases to talk about shopping.
Right.
Let's look at these in Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
The first one today is I'm just browsing.
I'm just browsing.
I'm just browsing.
I'm just browsing.
This is a really useful phrase because usually salespeople will come up to you and ask you, can I help you? Are you
Yep.
interested in something?
Yeah.
And you're just looking, so.
Yeah, you don't really want to buy today.
Right. So
yeah.
you're just, I'm just browsing. So then they'll just leave you alone. And
Yeah, they won't bother you as much.
Yeah, it's a good phrase.
Another good phrase.
Sleep on it.
Sleep on it.
Sleep on it.
Sleep on it.
So we have some examples of how we use sleep on it.
Example 1.
I don't know if we should buy that house. It's perfect for us, but it's so expensive.
Let's sleep on it.
Example 2.
Why don't you sleep on it and tell me tomorrow?
Example 3.
This is a bit more than what I can afford. Let me sleep on it.
To sleep on it means to
Like to think about it overnight.
think about it,
Yeah.
right? So maybe you want to buy this really expensive car,
But you need to think about it.
right?
So you'll sleep on it.
So yeah, you go home, sleep on it, think about it twice, and then make a decision.
Exactly.
Okay, great words and great dialogue. So
Yeah, I love this dialogue.
yeah, it's kind of funny. So we could listen to it again and then we'll come back and talk a little bit about it.
Hi there, can I help you folks?
I'm just browsing, seeing what's on the lot. My daughter wants a car for her birthday. You know how it is.
Dad, I'm 16 already, and I'm like the only one at school who doesn't have a car.
She's right, you know. Kids these days all have cars. Let me show you something we just got in. A 1996 sedan. Excellent gas mileage. It has dual airbags and anti-lock brakes. A perfect vehicle for a young driver.
Dad, I love it. It's awesome. Can we get this one, please?
I see. What can you tell me about this one?
Oh, that's just an old World War II tank that we use for TV commercials. Now about this sedan.
Whoa, wait a minute. Tell me more about this tank.
Well, sir, if you are looking for quality and safety, then look no further. 3 inches of reinforced steel protect your daughter from short-range missile attacks.
Does the sedan protect her from missile attacks?
It does not.
Well, I don't know. Let me sleep on it.
Did I mention the tank is a tank?
I'll take it.
Dad.
So, Marco, have you ever driven a tank?
Well,
I mean, I know you're in the army, so
yeah, actually I did. I did drive a tank before.
Really?
Really old one, kind of like a
Really?
World War II type tank. But yeah, they're really fun and interesting. It's not like driving a normal car. You have pedals and
so
you
there's
have,
no steering wheel.
no. You have levers,
Yeah.
and what many people don't know is that actually tanks are manual transmissions. You have to change gears,
Oh, really?
and it's really hard to change gears on those things.
And what's the gas mileage like in a tank?
I don't know, maybe like 5 miles per gallon.
Okay.
Well, they run on diesel, which is a different type of fuel, right?
Yep. Okay. Well, very cool. I never knew that my podcast partner had driven a tank. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, well, it was fun, definitely, and I hope I get to do it again someday.
All right. Well, guys, have you ever driven a tank?
Or a submarine or any type of armored vehicle.
Yeah, tell us about it at our website, englishpod.com.
Right, we'll be there to answer all your questions. I'll also be there to maybe post some more crazy stories.
Or some pictures of a tank or
Yeah,
something.
maybe.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we'll see you there. Until then, it's
Goodbye.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. Look around to see if anything is interesting.
Browse.
A car with 4 doors.
Sedan.
The amount of gas used per mile.
Gas mileage. Dual airbags.
A device that slows down or stops something.
Brake.
Something that carries people from one place to another.
Vehicle.
Strengthen, make something stronger.
Reinforce.
Think about something further and make a decision later.
Sleep on it.
A vehicle that is larger than a car has 4 doors and is shaped like a box.
Minivan.
A large vehicle that is suitable to run on rough surfaces.
SUV.
An event where goods or services are sold at a price lower than usual.
Sale.
Something that is done to increase sales.
Promotion.
The amount of reduction in price.
Discount.
Something bought or sold at a price lower than its actual value.
Bargain.
Let's try that faster.
A vehicle that is larger than a car has 4 doors and is shaped like a box.
Minivan.
The amount of gas used per mile.
Gas mileage.
A car with 4 doors.
Sedan.
Something that is done to increase sales.
Promotion.
A large vehicle that is suitable to run on rough surfaces.
SUV.
Look around to see if anything is interesting.
Browse.
Something that carries people from one place to another.
Vehicle.
A device that slows down or stops something.
Brake. Dual airbags.
Think about something further and make a decision later.
Sleep on it.
An event where goods or services are sold at a price lower than usual.
Sale.
Strengthen, make something stronger.
Reinforce.
Something bought or sold at a price lower than its actual value.
Bargain.
The amount of reduction in price.
Discount.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Browse. I'm just browsing. I don't need any help. Browse. Lena was browsing through the department store when she saw Tom. Browse. There's a lot of people browsing through the store, but no one is buying. Sleep on it. I don't know if we should buy that house. It's perfect for us, but it is so expensive. Let's sleep on it. Sleep on it. Why don't you sleep on it and tell me tomorrow? Sleep on it. This is a bit more than what I can afford. Let me sleep on it. Vehicle. There were a lot of vehicles on the road today. Vehicle. 3 vehicles were involved in the accident. Vehicle. Remember, do not leave any valuable items in your vehicle. Gas mileage. What kind of gas mileage does this car get? Gas mileage. The gas mileage is great. The car gets 30 miles to the gallon. Gas mileage. The gas mileage improves if you drive on the highway. Brake. There's something wrong with the car's brake. I can't stop. Brake. Make sure you get your bike's brakes checked. I don't want you to get in an accident. Brake. The brakes didn't work and he crashed into a tree. Reinforce. So I reinforced all the walls. There's no way they're going to fall down. Reinforce. The plastic is reinforced with glass, so it's both light and strong. Reinforce. The building is made with reinforced steel, so it is quite...
Hello Hello, everyone. Welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And I'm Erica.
And today we're bringing you a very, I would say, embarrassing lesson for us men.
Right, embarrassing for men, but I think it's okay for women.
That's right. We're going to be talking about buying underwear, specifically women's underwear.
Right, so obviously not the favorite thing for men to do.
Well, apart from being a little bit uncomfortable, it's also boring.
Yeah, it involves shopping,
It
right?
involves shopping, so we're not really big on that.
All right, but well, even though it might be a little bit of an uncomfortable topic, there is some great language in here, isn't there?
Yeah, there's some really good words, and of course, the different types of underwear that we're going to be looking at.
Yep.
But we also have some words that we're going to take a look at before we get into our dialogue, so let's start with vocabulary preview.
Vocabulary preview.
Well, we're going to look at two words that will appear in our dialogue, and the first one is lingerie.
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 Okay, so lingerie, this is a nice fancy word. Mm-hmm. Basically for underwear, right?
Right, for women's underwear.
Women's underwear.
Yeah.
So lingerie, but it's very nice, very...
Like pretty, sexy.
Sexy underwear, yeah.
Now, the spelling of this word is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's spelled Lingerie.
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 Yes. Don't you love English spellings?
So women's nice, pretty, sexy underwear.
That's right. And our second word, awkward.
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 So this is a feeling that men have, especially when they're buying women's underwear.
Well, yeah, you feel a little bit uncomfortable,
Yeah.
or it's a strange
Or
situation.
weird or
Yeah.
out of place.
It's awkward.
Yes. All right, so we're going to be hearing both of these two words in the dialogue. Now, Marco, where are we here?
We're going to be at a department store at the section where they have women's lingerie, and we have a guy buying underwear for his girlfriend.
All right, well, let's find out what happens.
This sucks. I hate buying lingerie. Okay, just find something and get out of here. All right, these are fine. Oh, no, don't come over here. Don't come over here.
You look a little lost. Can I help you?
I'm just having a look around. It's my girlfriend's birthday tomorrow. I'm trying to find her something.
Well, you can't give her granny panties. Have you thought about getting her some sleepwear? We've got these lovely silky nighties, or how about some nice panties and a bra set? Look, here's a nice satin push-up bra, and you can choose a few different styles of undies to go with it.
Sure, that's fine. This is so awkward. What ones do I pick? What size is she?
Well, do you want a thong? Some bikini briefs? Maybe this nice pair of lacy boy shorts.
Just pick something and get the hell out of here. I'll go with these two. This is mortifying. I just want to get this over with, and she better thank me for this.
Here you are, sir. I'm sure she'll enjoy them.
Finally.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to have to take a look inside your bag.
Oh, the poor guy. I totally feel bad for him.
Yeah, he was really nervous, and of course, it was very uncomfortable for him.
I know, and then the security guard shows up.
Exactly. But we had the opportunity to take a look at some really great words and phrases. So let's start off with our first one in language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, well, we're going to look at words here that mostly have to do with underwear, describing underwear.
Right.
And the first one is granny panties.
Granny panties.
Granny panties.
This isn't like a real word, right? It's not something you'll find at a dictionary.
No, it's a slang word. And we use it to describe really big, ugly underwear like your grandmother would wear.
All right, so they're not like the sexy little underwear. It's
No.
more like long, and it's not very appealing.
Just picture what your grandmother would wear.
No. All right, so granny panties.
So obviously, this guy doesn't want to be buying any of those, but the saleswoman suggests that he try some sleepwear.
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 Sleepwear. Okay, so sleepwear.
Obviously, clothes you wear when you're sleeping.
Now, this is really interesting because men aren't really that complicated when it comes to sleeping. Just throw on a t-shirt and that's it.
Well, obviously for women, there are more options and more different things you can choose from. So
Okay.
it's a whole separate category for
I know.
women.
Even when you're sleeping, you must wear something nice.
Yes.
One type of sleepwear is silky nighties.
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 Okay, so a nightie.
It's basically a dress that you wear when you sleep.
Okay. Now the pronunciation is interesting because the first 5 letters are night,
Right.
right? But you don't say night.
You don't say nighty.
You say nighty.
Yeah, you make the T a D. Nighty.
Now she offered him some silky nighties.
Right. So silky. Obviously, we know silk is a
Right.
soft, shiny fabric, right?
Right.
So when something is silky, it's either made from silk or it's
Similar.
soft and shiny.
Okay, so
Yep.
some silky nighties, very soft, shiny nighties.
Exactly.
Okay. What about our next word?
Well, the sales girl offers different styles of undies.
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 So undies is an interesting word. It's basically short for underwear.
Underwear, okay. So you can just call underwear undies.
Yes. But I think you mostly use this when you're talking about women's underwear.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know if I would say undies when I'm talking about men's underwear.
No, I don't think so. Maybe children's underwear.
Yeah, for children.
For
Yep.
children, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so we saw some of the different types of clothing, but now let's take a look at this interesting adjective, mortifying.
Mortifying.
This is mortifying.
Mortifying.
Okay, so when something is mortifying,
Well, I think we've got some examples to show you what that is like.
Example 1.
And then I fell in front of everyone. It was mortifying.
Example 2.
I was completely mortified when I realized what I had done.
Example 3.
It must have been mortifying for her when she realized that her underwear was showing.
so basically it's very embarrassing.
Super embarrassing.
You want to die almost.
Yep.
Okay.
Which is interesting. I mean, mort.
Right?
Yeah.
From death,
French.
right?
Yeah. Interesting. All right. Well, etymology here at English Pod.
All right, so some interesting. Okay, so we saw the different types of underwear. We saw this really great word for when you're really embarrassed. So now let's take a look at some of the phrases that you would use when you're really embarrassed in Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right. Well, we have 2 phrases to look at here. The first one, get the hell out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
Okay, so if I say I want to get the hell out of here,
You want to leave this place really quickly.
really quickly.
Yep.
Just, I want to leave.
Right now.
Now, when you're using this phrase or this sentence, get the hell out of here, is it really polite?
No, of course not. It's impolite.
Okay, so
it's
it's
really negative.
Very negative and informal, right?
Yep, yep.
So you would use this maybe with your friends or, like in this case, think it to yourself.
Yes, but it's not a good idea to use with your boss or your mother.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess sometimes depending on the tone you use, how you say it, you can sound really angry, right?
Definitely.
Right? Okay.
All right, well, let's listen to some examples.
Example 1.
This place is scary. Let's get the hell out of here.
Example 2.
What are you doing in my house? Get the hell out of here.
Example 3.
We were at a friend's party and all of a sudden her parents arrived. We got the hell out of there as quickly as possible.
All right. So get the hell out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
Now let's take a look at our last phrase for Fluency Builder. Get this over with.
Get this over with.
I want to get this over with.
So you want to finish it really quickly.
But you want to finish it because you're not really enjoying it, right?
Exactly. This is something that you use when the situation is negative.
It's negative. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so I just want to get this over with.
Yeah, I want to get this test over with. I want to get this day over with. I want to get this.
Maybe if you're on a bad date, I want to get this date over with.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
All right, well, interesting phrases. And I think it would help us to hear them once more in context in the dialogue.
This sucks. I hate buying lingerie. Okay, just find something and get out of here. All right, these are fine. Oh, no, don't come over here. Don't come over here.
You look a little lost. Can I help you?
I'm just having a look around. It's my girlfriend's birthday tomorrow. I'm trying to find her something.
Well, you can't give her granny panties. Have you thought about getting her some sleepwear? We've got these lovely silky nighties, or how about some nice panties and a bra set? Look, here's a nice satin push-up bra, and you can choose a few different styles of undies to go with it.
Sure, that's fine. This is so awkward. What ones do I pick? What size is she?
Well, do you want a thong? Some bikini briefs? Maybe this nice pair of lacy boy shorts.
Just pick something and get the hell out of here. I'll go with these two. This is mortifying. I just want to get this over with, and she better thank me for this.
Here you are, sir. I'm sure she'll enjoy them.
Finally.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to have to take a look inside your bag.
All right, so I guess this situation is very common. Men either having to shop for this type of article for their girlfriend or wife because it's their birthday.
Yep.
Or sometimes we get dragged into a store to buy this
So you're
stuff.
shopping with your girlfriend and she's going to make you go look at underwear with her.
Yeah, I usually don't do that though. I'll just go to the next section and just look around.
Look at tools.
Look at TVs and
Yeah.
PlayStations.
Yes. But you know what? I have seen some men who go shopping with their girlfriends or wives and actually enjoy buying underwear.
See, that's the thing. I think it makes sense, but I don't know how comfortable you would actually be. I don't know why. I guess it's just how it indicates sexuality and all
Yeah.
this stuff.
Oh, well.
Like, I could do it for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, give my professional advice, and then
Yeah.
I'm out of there.
All right. Well, maybe those guys who look like they're enjoying themselves are just really talking in their heads, telling themselves how much they hate this.
Exactly. Maybe they're just
They're pretending.
pretending or listening to their iPod.
Well, tell us, guys, I know we've got a lot of male listeners. Tell us what you think. Are you embarrassed by women's underwear?
Right. Or women, why aren't you embarrassed when you buy men's underwear for your boyfriend or husband?
I think there's a lot to talk about here. So come to our website at englishpod.com.
Right. Leave your questions and comments, and of course, tell us what you think about this topic.
Well, thanks for downloading this lesson, and until next time, goodbye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. Women's underwear.
Lingerie.
Leave this place.
Get out of here.
Clothes you use for sleeping.
Sleepwear.
A nightdress, nightgown.
Nighties.
A bra that raises the breasts so as to offer additional size through padding.
Push-up bra.
Informal way of saying underwear.
Undies.
Women's underwear worn on the lower part of the body.
Bikini briefs.
Women's underwear that looks like little tight shorts.
Boy shorts.
Extremely embarrassing.
Mortifying.
Women's underwear.
Panties.
Clothes a woman wears to support her breasts.
Bra.
Type of underwear that men use which are similar to shorts.
Boxer shorts.
Normal or traditional underwear for men, similar to the shape and size of panties.
Briefs.
A term used to describe when a person is not wearing any underwear.
Going commando.
A garment worn under the clothing used to mold and shape the torso into a desired shape for aesthetic or medical purposes.
Corset.
British English, same as panties.
Knickers.
Let's try that faster.
British English, same as panties.
Knickers.
Women's underwear.
Lingerie.
Type of underwear that men use which are similar to shorts.
Boxer shorts.
Women's underwear.
Panties.
Normal or traditional underwear for men, similar to the shape and size of panties.
Briefs.
Informal way of saying underwear.
Undies.
A nightdress, nightgown.
Nighties.
A garment worn under the clothing used to mold and shape the torso into a desired shape for aesthetic or medical purposes.
Corset.
Clothes a woman wears to support her breasts.
Bra.
A term used to describe when a person is not wearing any underwear.
Going commando.
Clothes you use for sleeping.
Sleepwear.
A bra that raises the breasts so as to offer additional size through padding.
Push-up bra.
Leave this place.
Get out of here.
Women's underwear worn on the lower part of the body.
Bikini briefs.
Women's underwear that looks like little tight shorts.
Boy shorts.
Extremely embarrassing.
Mortifying.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
This sucks. Now I have to wait another hour for the next train. That movie sucks. It's so boring. I suck at basketball. Let's have a look around before we decide. I don't know what I'm gonna get. I haven't had a look around yet. Do you want to have a look around and see what's available? I don't like lacy dresses. These flowers are so lacy and delicate. It's too lacy. I don't like it. Mortifying. And then I fell in front of everyone. It was mortifying. Mortifying. I was completely mortified when I realized what I had done. Mortifying. It must have been mortifying for her when she realized her underwear was showing. All right, let's get this over with and go home. We have one thing left to do, so let's just get it over with. Can we get this over with by Monday?
Hello, English learners. Welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine. So, Marco, you've been shopping a lot lately.
I have, and this dialogue or this lesson today is one of my favorite pieces of furniture, maybe appliances that I've bought recently, and it's a TV.
All right, so I'd even go for electronics with that one. The electronics department is somewhere you like to hang out.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, I think every guy loves, like a big screen TV and a home theater system. So you just like go deaf after watching.
Yeah, why is that? Is bigger really better when it comes to like a 70-inch TV?
Well, I don't know. I think, yeah, the whole experience of just seeing this movie on this huge TV and like having all the sound and I don't know, it's just something about that. Or watching a football game with your buddies and you can actually watch. Yeah.
Okay, that I can appreciate. But we've got a couple of great words for you we're going to preview in today's vocabulary preview.
Vocabulary preview.
Okay, so on vocabulary preview today, we're going to be looking at two words. The first one is to appreciate.
All right, so this basically means to like.
Yeah, you appreciate someone. But in this context, to enjoy or take advantage of something. So
maybe you hear this with a couple, two people who are fighting, and the girl says to the guy, "You don't appreciate me." So he doesn't really care about her in the way that she wants him to. Or you could say this about a TV, for example. "I can't appreciate my PS3, my great, awesome console, my gaming system, because my TV is not good enough."
Or big enough.
Or big enough. Or big enough. So this means that it could be a lot better if I just bought a better TV.
Right. And if you buy a better TV, then you basically are upgrading or to upgrade.
Okay, so this verb, to upgrade, means to go from something that's okay to something that's better.
Exactly. So in previous lessons, we've seen to get a complimentary upgrade, for example, on a flight or in a hotel.
I like that. Well, you can also get an upgrade on a computer. You say, well, my computer's from 1994. I really need to get an upgrade.
Yeah, for sure. So to upgrade. Now, we're going to be listening to this dialogue for the first time. We're going to be buying a TV. So let's listen.
Seriously, I don't know why we need to get a new TV.
Honey, I told you already. I can't appreciate the graphics level and detail of the games on my PlayStation 3 on our old TV.
Good afternoon, folks. How can I be of service today?
I'm looking to upgrade to a newer, bigger television set.
You've come to the right place. What size are you looking for?
Just a normal-sized TV for our living room.
I see. Well, this set here is on sale. It's a 46-inch HT TV screen and it has all the works. 3 HDMI connectors, USB, VGA, and S-video ports. It even has a DVI port so you can hook up your PC or laptop. This is without a doubt the complete home theater experience.
This is exactly what I need. Can you imagine watching movies or playing video games on this thing?
Honey, I think it's a bit too big. I don't even think it will fit in our living room.
Not to worry, we will deliver and install it in your home. It comes with a wall mount so you can just hang it on the wall like a picture.
This is great. How much will this set me back?
Lucky for you, this is the last one we have in stock, so it's half off.
I'll take it.
All right, so I'm going to have to defer to you, Marco, on some of these words in today's language takeaway because they're all about TV specifics.
Language takeaway.
All right, the first word that we're going to be looking at is graphics, the graphics level.
All right, so you might have heard this before with the phrase graphic designer, someone who designs images. But in this case, we're talking about graphics, so the way things appear on your TV.
So like basically the pictures, right? So he wanted to appreciate the graphics of his PlayStation 3 better, and that's why he wanted a new TV.
All right, we could say, my computer has amazing graphics. It means games are really fun because they look good.
Or this game has amazing graphics, so the game has, places or scenery that looks really, really real.
Right, so graphics. But some kinds of TVs are made to provide those wonderful graphics, and those are called HD TV.
Right, an HD TV, or that's an acronym for high definition television.
All right, and I heard some actors and actresses were complaining about HD TV because the picture quality is so good that you can see all of the little problems on their face, the little wrinkles and the pimples and the scars. So be careful because one day we're going to be able to see way too much.
Exactly. So on high definition television, that's basically what you get is better definition, better level of graphics.
So more pixels per inch. You can see a lot more clarity.
Right. So an HD TV.
The next thing we're talking about is actually kind of related to the back part of your TV where you plug things in. Sometimes it's on the side, sometimes it's on the back. Well, there are different names for different kinds of plugs. So today we're going to talk about two of those. One of them is USB.
Right. This TV has a USB port, which basically stands for Universal Serial Bus.
All right. So a port is a place where you plug something in. Your computer has a lot of ports as well. But USB is maybe more common for people who have iPods or computers because this is how we normally connect things to our computers.
So in this case, this television, you could connect maybe your iPod and reproduce videos or pictures onto the TV.
Awesome. Or in the second case, we have a DVI port. So DVI, you're going to have to tell me about this one, Marco, because I'm not so sure.
Well, a DVI is basically a digital video input. So basically you can connect your computer to the TV and see what's on your screen.
Nice. And so if you have a bunch of movies stored on your computer, you can just plug it into the TV and watch.
Or you can even navigate the internet on a big screen TV.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So what are these three HDMI connectors?
All right. Well, this is a new technology. Basically, you know how before you used to get your DVD player, your VHS, and you had three cables, two for sound and one for video?
Yeah, the red, yellow, and white cables.
Exactly. So with this new type of cable or technology, with one cable, it takes all the information to the TV. So just one cable for everything.
Oh, nice. Because my problem is I always used to put the wrong cable in the wrong port. So I'd have the red cable in the yellow port. And then I'd say, where's the video? I can't see. All I can do is listen.
Yeah, it happens. So with this, now it's easy. And well, it's a little bit more organized because I remember I used to have a TV and I had a lot of different things connected to it. It was just this big spider web in the back with all these cables. So an HDMI, high definition multimedia interface connector. And what else do we have?
Well, the last thing we're talking about is actually the place to put your TV. So a lot of people now are putting their TVs on walls like paintings because these TVs are so thin. So we call this a wall mount.
So a mount. To mount something is also a verb, right?
Yeah, it means to put something up or to hang something up. So many people like to mount their trophies to show off.
Very good. So this is what we're doing with the TV. We're going to mount it on the wall like a painting.
Cool. So those are our words for language takeaway. Let's take another listen to today's dialogue, but we're going to slow it down this time and really figure out what's going on.
Seriously, I don't know why we need to get a new TV.
Honey, I told you already. I can't appreciate the graphics level and detail of the games on my PlayStation 3 on our old TV.
Good afternoon, folks. How can I be of service today?
I'm looking to upgrade to a newer, bigger television set.
You've come to the right place. What size are you looking for?
Just a normal-sized TV for a living room.
I see. Well, this set here is on sale. It's a 46-inch HD TV screen and it has all the works. 3 HDMI connectors, USB, VGA, and S-video ports. It even has a DVI port so you can hook up your PC or laptop. This is without a doubt the complete home theater experience.
This is exactly what I need. Can you imagine watching movies or playing video games on this thing?
Honey, I think it's a bit too big. I don't even think it will fit in our living room.
Not to worry, we will deliver and install it in your home. It comes with a wall mount so you can just hang it on the wall like a picture.
This is great. How much will this set me back?
Lucky for you, this is the last one we have in stock, so it's half off.
I'll take it.
All right, so now we're going to be taking a look at 3 different phrases that we saw in this dialogue in Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right, this first phrase is definitely one that I use a lot. We can talk about food, we can talk about electronics, we can talk about most different things, but the phrase here is the works.
He's getting the works.
All right, that means any option he could get, any possibility, he wants it all.
Right, so if you're getting a new car, for example, right? You're getting the high definition sound system. You're getting nice tires, leather seats. You're getting the works.
All right, or if you're getting a hamburger and you want the works, you're getting it with cheese and lettuce and tomato and pepper and bacon. And, it means every option, you're getting it all.
The works. So I think this word is so versatile that we should maybe listen to some more examples.
Example 1.
The bridegroom was wearing a morning suit, top hat, gloves, the works.
Example 2.
He spent over $10,000 on his home theater system. He got all the works.
Example 3.
I bought a new car with all the works. Magnesium rims, custom paint, and leather seats.
So now that we've seen the works on the home theater system, he needs to hook it up.
All right, so this is an important part and a very exciting part of a new purchase. So when you buy something, you have to hook it up. That means you have to plug things together. Okay, so we plug things into the wall for electricity, but also hook up maybe those cords you were talking about earlier, that HDMI connector. That's called hooking up or connecting.
So you would hook up your DVD player to your television.
All right, I could ask you, did you hook up those new speakers to your big TV yesterday?
Very good, right?
All
so
right.
To connect. It's another way of saying to connect.
And finally, the big event when you're buying something is the end, when you have to actually pay. And this guy is a little bit worried that the things he wants cost a lot of money. So he asks a really great question.
Yeah, he said, how much will this set me back?
Okay, this sounds a little weird at first because you could just say, how much will this cost? But he's speaking in a very colloquial way, very familiar. And he says, how much will this set me back?
Right.
So how much will this cost me?
So how much am I actually going to spend? So it's just a different way of saying how much does it cost. But it's, like you say, more colloquial. It's a lot more native-like.
Exactly. And so if you're writing your paper, you don't want to write this, this will set you back $500 in economics, but we'd say this in spoken language in our normal daily lives with friends.
So why don't we listen to a couple more examples of set me back?
Example 1.
This unexpected expense is going to set us back a couple $1,000s.
Example 2.
That fancy dinner at the restaurant last night really set us back.
Example 3.
I feel guilty about buying this coat. It set me back over $300.
All right, great. So now that we've taken a look at those great phrases and with some good examples, why don't we listen to this dialogue one last time?
Seriously, I don't know why we need to get a new TV.
Honey, I told you already. I can't appreciate the graphics level and detail of the games on my PlayStation 3 on our old TV.
Good afternoon, folks. How can I be of service today?
I'm looking to upgrade to a newer, bigger television set.
You've come to the right place. What size are you looking for?
Just a normal-sized TV for our living room.
I see. Well, this set here is on sale. It's a 46-inch HD TV screen and it has all the works. 3 HDMI connectors, USB, VGA, and S-video ports. It even has a DVI port so you can hook up your PC or laptop. This is without a doubt the complete home theater experience.
This is exactly what I need. Can you imagine watching movies or playing video games on this thing?
Honey, I think it's a bit too big. I don't even think it will fit in our living room.
Not to worry, we will deliver and install it in your home. It comes with a wall mount so you can just hang it on the wall like a picture.
This is great. How much will this set me back?
Lucky for you, this is the last one we have in stock, so it's half off.
I'll take it.
Okay, so a big TV, I think it's just a great thing to have at home. Not to, spend too much time in front of the TV, but it's good to sit down and watch a movie.
It's nice because now there's so many different things you can do with it. You can hook up your computer, you can buy a projector, you can play your PS3 or your Wii. So I think there's a lot to do, and it's just wonderful how great graphics have come in just like the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about having a television set, for example, in the bathroom?
I would say it's a really bad idea, but I think if I have a bathtub, I think it'd be really cool.
What about, some people don't like having a television set in their bedroom.
I agree with this.
Why?
I agree. Because I think it's really important that you have peace and quiet in your bedroom, because it's kind of like, for me, it's an important space where I can just relax and be quiet. And I like reading a lot. So if I have a TV, maybe I'll watch more TV, but I'd much rather read a book before bed.
True. Yeah, I definitely agree. But, I've seen people that have TVs in their living rooms, in their dining rooms, even in their kitchen. So they're watching something while they're cooking. And even in the bathroom, like you say, in a bathtub, well, it's nice, but some of them I've seen in front of the toilet or something like that.
No. Well, I would say that the one in the kitchen is nice because if you spend a lot of time in the kitchen, you can watch the news while you're cooking, or you can actually watch cooking shows and try and practice.
Or soap operas.
Or soap operas. So I guess it depends on the person. It depends on how much you watch TV. But I'm curious to know what our listeners have to say about TVs and big electronics purchases.
Right. So come to our website, englishpod.com. If you have any questions or any doubts regarding the lesson or any suggestions, you can let us know.
Otherwise, we'll be there to just talk and practice that English. And of course, send us your suggestions for future lessons. We love to know what you're interested in learning about.
All right. We'll see you guys there.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. A machine for projecting an image onto a screen or other surface.
Projector.
To be grateful for something.
Appreciate.
To connect an appliance to an electrical outlet.
Plug in.
Get something better, more modern, or more useful.
Upgrade.
A device that converts electrical signals into sounds loud enough to be heard at a distance.
Speaker.
A device used to control an apparatus or machine from a distance.
Remote control.
A television service in which the subscriber's television is connected to a central receiver by cable.
Cable television.
Cost.
Set me back.
To connect.
Hook up.
The best things offered.
The works.
Let's try that faster. To be grateful for something.
Appreciate.
A device that converts electrical signals into sounds loud enough to be heard at a distance.
Speaker.
The best things offered.
The works.
A machine for projecting an image onto a screen or other surface.
Projector.
Get something better, more modern, or more useful.
Upgrade.
A television service in which the subscriber's television is connected to a central receiver by cable.
Cable television.
To connect.
Hook up.
A device used to control an apparatus or machine from a distance.
Remote control.
To connect an appliance to an electrical outlet.
Plug in.
Cost.
Set me back.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Appreciate. With a telescope, you can really appreciate the brightness of the stars. Appreciate. I really appreciate your help during these tough times. Appreciate. You have to listen and focus to appreciate classical music. Upgrade. The government has designated funds in order to upgrade their military defenses. Upgrade. My computer is old and slow. I think I need to upgrade it with new components. Upgrade. If you want to have the sports channels, you need to upgrade to our premium cable package. The works. The bridegroom was wearing a morning suit, top hat, gloves. The works. The works. He spent over $10,000 on his home theater system. He got all the works. The works. I bought a new car with all the works. Magnesium rims, custom paint, and leather seats. Hook up. I finally got a Nintendo Wii. Come on, help me hook it up to the TV. Hook up. I don't know how to hook up this new DVD player. Can you help me? Hook up. I just hooked up my new HD TV. Want to come over and watch a movie? Set me back. This unexpected expense is going to set us back a couple $1,000. Set me back. That fancy dinner at the restaurant last night really set us back. Set me back. I feel guilty about buying this coat. It set me back over $300.
Hello, English learners. Welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine. So what are we talking about today, Marco?
Well, we're talking about one of my favorite topics, which are computers.
Yes, you're a little bit of a nerd.
A little bit. I love computers and technology and everything that's related to it. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. Maybe we're buying a new computer.
Well, I anticipate learning something from this because there are a lot of those fancy big words that I don't know that have to do with processors and giga things. So that's going to be coming up in a minute here. But first, let's just jump right in and take a listen to today's dialogue.
So, can you fix it?
I'm sorry, sir. This computer is not broken or damaged. It's simply just too old. That's why your programs and applications are running slow. There really isn't much I can do.
What do you mean? I bought this computer just 3 years ago.
Yes, but technology is ever-changing, and technology is becoming obsolete faster and faster.
Okay, I know where this is going. How much will it cost me to get a new computer?
Well, this desktop over here is our latest model. It has a 4 GHz processor with 16 gigabytes in RAM and a hard disk with 1 terabyte. Of course, it includes a mouse, keyboard, and desk speakers.
I have no idea what you are talking about. I just want to know if it's good. and if I'll be able to play solitaire without the computer crashing or freezing all the time.
This PC is top of the line, and I guarantee it will never freeze. If it does, we'll give you your money back.
All right, we're back. I think it's a very typical case. You go in to get something fixed, and they say, we can't fix it. You need a new one.
Yes, and not only a new one, but a bigger and better and faster one.
And more expensive, obviously.
Obviously. It's called the upsell.
The upsell, yeah. All right, so there were some very difficult words, I think, because they're very specific related to technology and computers. So why don't we look at those now in Language Takeaway?
Language takeaway.
All right, so the first word we have today is when something is no longer in use.
Okay, so this word is obsolete.
It's obsolete.
Obsolete. And we're not just talking about like, oh, I haven't touched that pen in like 10 years. We're talking about a piece of technology that is no longer useful because there's something else that can do a better job.
Right. And actually, not only with technology, we also have words that are obsolete, right?
Mm-hmm, exactly. Like thy or thine, you or yours.
Classical English. We don't use thy anymore.
No.
But
thou art very summary today, Marco.
We don't use that anymore. That's obsolete English, right? Or obsolete words.
Exactly. So obsolete means it's no longer of use. We have better and newer things in its place.
All right. And now moving on, when the salesman was describing the characteristics of the computer, he used some prefixes that were a little bit strange, right? Like, for example, giga.
Giga what?
Giga.
All right. So these are actually prefixes that have to do with numbers. And so this is not just a computer thing. This is a math thing or a science thing. So okay, so we've got 3 different prefixes. A prefix is something we tack on at the beginning of a word. So we have hertz or byte, right? These are little bits of a computer, byte.
Right, so you have like megabytes.
Megabytes we've all heard before. That's the smallest here. We've got megabytes, but bigger than mega, we've got gigabytes.
A giga, yeah. So now, for example, the hard drives are 250 gigabytes.
You might even hear someone say gigs. You've got a 250 gig hard drive.
Yeah.
But what's bigger than giga?
Now it's the terabyte.
Ooh, tera. It sounds like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah,
Huge.
I actually wondered what would happen after gigabyte, because it's so much information already, and now it's the terabyte. So it's like 1,000 gigabytes.
So that's like 200 movies.
That's probably more than that. It's amazing the amount of storage you can have and how small it actually is.
So mega, giga, tera, going from littlest to biggest.
All right. And, well, he described a 4 gigahertz processor.
Okay, so the processor is our next word, and this is actually something that that determines how fast your computer is going to run.
So it comes from the word to process, right?
Right.
To like calculate or to think.
To do, even.
To do. So you have different examples, like a word processor.
Right, so it's like Microsoft Word. It allows you to make Word documents. You can also say to process data. You're trying to calculate it.
But in this case, a processor is like a little brain that's the center of the computer, and that's where all the information gets processed.
Yeah, so it's the brain of the computer, essentially. And the bigger it is, the faster it can go.
Exactly. And, well, if you don't have a very good processor, your computer is bound to freeze.
Ooh, okay, so freezing is another key word, especially when talking about computers. This one drives me nuts. To freeze, it means to stop moving.
Right.
Right? So, well, it has a couple different meanings. You might have heard it about ice before, but to freeze here, we're talking about stopping moving. So we have a game called Freeze Tag, where if I touch you, you have to stop running.
Right.
But here we're talking about a computer freezing. I'm moving my mouse and I'm typing, and all of a sudden,
it doesn't work
my
anymore.
mouse doesn't move. I can't close or open or do anything, and it's really frustrating.
It's very, especially if you're doing something and you didn't save your work, it's gone. Right? So if your computer freezes, then usually you have to restart it or turn it off or on.
So that is about it for those words, but let's take another listen and slow the dialogue down this time so we can catch some of those big words.
So can you fix it?
I'm sorry, sir. This computer is not broken or damaged. It's simply just too old. That's why your programs and applications are running slow. There really isn't much I can do.
What do you mean? I bought this computer just 3 years ago.
Yes, but technology is ever changing and technology is becoming obsolete faster and faster.
Okay, I know where this is going. How much will it cost me to get a new computer?
Well, this desktop over here is our latest model. It has a 4 gigahertz processor with 16 gigabytes in RAM and a hard disk with 1 terabyte. Of course, it includes a mouse, keyboard, and desk speakers.
I have no idea what you are talking about. I just want to know if it's good, and if I'll be able to play solitaire without the computer crashing or freezing all the time.
This PC is top of the line, and I guarantee it will never freeze. If it does, we'll give you your money back.
Great, so we are back. So now let's jump into today's Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right, so on Fluency Builder, we're going to take a look at 3 different phrases. For example, the salesman was describing technology and said that it's ever-changing.
Okay, so this is almost a little poetic line here. So ever-changing means always changing.
Always.
Right. Always changing. And so we can say that the ocean is ever-changing. You know, the waves are always changing it. But in this case, he's saying that technology is always changing. It's always progressing into something new. And so
exactly.
That is a key selling point for this guy.
Right. So this is actually a very interesting word. We can use it like in your example beyond technology, like the way, like the sea is ever changing. So why don't we listen to a couple of other examples?
Example 1.
There's always something new in this ever-changing world.
Example 2.
Times are ever changing and we must prepare ourselves better every day.
Example 3.
The flu is an ever-changing virus that continues to claim many lives.
All right, we're back. So now we understand the ever-changing.
So the man who's trying to buy this computer, or at least get his computer fixed, really starts to get frustrated with the salesman. And he says, okay, I know where this is going. So he hears the sales pitch. He hears this guy trying to loosen him up a little bit. He says, I know where this is going. So what does this mean, this where something is going?
So basically what direction a conversation or a topic or a situation is taking.
Okay, so he's saying, I know why you're telling me these
Right.
things. I know your motive.
Or I know what's happening. I know what you're going to say.
Okay, so he's essentially saying, I know you're going to try and sell me a computer.
Right.
All
So you can use it in other circumstances, right? For example, a relationship.
I don't know where this is going.
Right. What is going?
Classic breakup line. I just don't think I know where this is going anymore.
So in reference to the relationship, right?
Yeah.
We don't know what's happening. Are we serious? Are we maybe going to get married? I don't know anymore.
I can't tell where this movie is going. It's so like, ooh, here and there and boring.
Yeah, you
and-
don't know the plot.
Yeah.
All right. So it's a very common phrase, and it sounds very natural when you say it, right?
It does, and that's why this Fluency Builder really helps you sound like a more native English speaker when you use these kind of phrases.
And the next one is also very, very good when he describes the condition of the computer. He says it's top of the line.
Top of the line. Now, what line we're talking about, I do not know, but this
like
is
above average line.
right. So this is the best of the best. This is the top model or the top computer, and you can definitely imagine a car salesman using this.
Yeah.
Yes, this BMW is top of the line. It's the best money can buy.
Yeah, that's another good one. So basically, top of the line is the best of the best, the above average, right?
More than above average. It's the best you can do. And
The
so
best you can
the
buy.
guy is saying, listen, this is our best computer. Really, you should buy it. And
Now,
obviously,
usually-
top of the line usually costs a lot of money.
Yeah, it's usually for something that costs money, right? For things. You wouldn't really use it for a person, right? He's top of the line.
No. Top of the line, I think, generally refers to electronics and cars
Yeah.
or like motorcycles. And so you often hear top of the line stereo, top of the line TV, top of the line car. But you wouldn't say this about food or
Yeah.
people or art.
Yeah, you wouldn't say this painting is top of the line.
Nah, no, not about like very unique things. You'd say
Right.
this about kind of manufactured things.
Very good. So we've taken a look at a lot of great phrases. Why don't we listen to our dialogue for the last time, and then we'll come back.
So can you fix it?
I'm sorry, sir. This computer is not broken or damaged. It's simply just too old. That's why your programs and applications are running slow.
there really isn't much I can do.
What do you mean? I bought this computer just 3 years ago.
Yes, but technology is ever-changing, and technology is becoming obsolete faster and faster.
Okay, I know where this is going. How much will it cost me to get a new computer?
Well, this desktop over here is our latest model. It has a 4 gigahertz processor with 16 gigabytes in RAM and a hard disk with 1 terabyte. Of course, it includes a mouse, keyboard, and desk speakers.
I have no idea what you are talking about. I just want to know if it's good, and if I'll be able to play solitaire without the computer crashing or freezing all the time.
This PC is top of the line, and I guarantee it will never freeze. If it does, we'll give you your money back.
All right, we're back. So, computers. Catherine, I know you recently got a nice Macintosh.
Yeah, I did.
It's one of those big screen ones, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a desktop, right? So it's not a laptop. And it's got a very fast processor because Macs started using Intel processors a couple of years ago, and that made them much faster.
Wow. And this processor actually has 2 cores, right? So basically it has 2 different brains almost within one processor.
Which gives it really bad headaches. She complains to me often.
Are you a big Mac fan or PC fan?
I'm a Mac fan.
Really?
I've been converted. My roommate in college, my sophomore year, had a Mac, and ever since then, I've really gotten into them. So,
really?
Yeah, I went Mac and didn't turn back.
I still honestly cannot really use a Mac. I get confused. I'm looking for the start button, and I'm looking for where my documents are.
It's really hard to change over. Right?
Yeah.
But once you do, you don't want to change back because everything is so much easier on a Mac.
Really?
But if you're really into PC gaming, then you should probably stick with the PCs because the games just don't really compare on Macs.
But I've heard that also Macs don't really suffer from viruses, right?
No, they don't, which is great because I always used to get these viruses that would slow down my computer because, you open some email and all of a sudden there's nastiness on your desktop. Well, now I don't really have that problem. And also there's really wonderful photo editing software and video editing software.
Right.
So everything's just really easy to find and easy to use.
What about you, listeners? Do you prefer the Mac? Do you prefer the PC? Or maybe some of our listeners don't really even like computers?
Well, let us know either way. We're very curious to hear what you have to say. And of course, writing on our comments section is great practice for your English.
Right. So we'll see you guys there. And until next time.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. Always becoming different.
Ever-changing.
A written promise that a seller will repair a product if a problem arises.
Warranty.
No longer useful.
Obsolete.
A portable computer.
Laptop.
The direction of an event.
Where something is going.
To change into a more advanced state.
Evolve.
To be completely unaware of something.
I have no idea.
A device that allows computers to communicate without wires.
Wireless modem.
To suddenly stop functioning.
Freeze.
A system for communicating between computers.
Network.
A computer application.
Program.
Unit to measure a computer's storage capacity.
Gigabyte.
Part of computer that temporarily stores information.
Random access memory.
Part of computer that stores data.
Hard disk.
Measurement of computer processor speed.
Gigahertz.
Device in a computer that manages operations.
Processor.
To suddenly stop functioning.
Crash.
To make a written promise.
Guarantee.
Let's try that faster. A computer application.
Program.
Measurement of computer processor speed.
Gigahertz.
The direction of an event.
Where something is going.
Unit to measure a computer's storage capacity.
Gigabyte.
No longer useful.
Obsolete.
Device in a computer that manages operations.
Processor.
Always becoming different.
Ever-changing.
A device that allows computers to communicate without wires.
Wireless modem.
A written promise that a seller will repair a product if a problem arises.
Warranty.
Part of computer that stores data.
Hard disk.
To suddenly stop functioning.
Crash.
To make a written promise.
Guarantee.
Part of computer that temporarily stores information.
Random access memory.
To suddenly stop functioning.
Freeze.
A portable computer.
Laptop.
To change into a more advanced state.
Evolve.
A system for communicating between computers.
Network.
To be completely unaware of something.
I have no idea.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Ever-changing. There is always something new in this ever-changing world. Ever-changing. Times are ever-changing, and we must prepare ourselves better every day. Ever-changing. The flu is an ever-changing virus that continues to claim many lives. Obsolete. This fleet of battleships from World War II is completely obsolete. Obsolete. Broom is an obsolete word that means mist or fog. Obsolete. A VHS is a device that is practically obsolete nowadays. Who buys tapes anymore? Where something is going. We fight every day. I don't know where this relationship is going. Where something is going. Where is this movie going? I don't understand what's happening. Where something is going. You want to do what? Where are you going with this conversation? I have no idea. I can't find my keys. I have no idea where I put them. I have no idea. I have no idea where Tom went. Maybe he's in the bathroom? I have no idea. You have no idea how embarrassed I was. I mean, I accidentally burped while presenting my project to the board of directors. Freeze. If your computer freezes, you'll have to shut it down. Freeze. Something is wrong with my mobile phone. It keeps freezing. Freeze. The files are not ready yet because my computer froze last night.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine. So, Marco, what are we talking about here today?
Today, we're going shopping again.
We go shopping a lot here in English Pod, but this is an upper intermediate level lesson, so
Right.
we've got some very specific terminology to cover.
Exactly. We're going shopping for a digital camera, so we're going to be talking about very specific, maybe a little bit technical vocab related to this very fascinating and expensive product.
All right, I'm very excited. I recently purchased a camera, but we won't talk about that yet. Let's take a listen to the dialogue for the first time, and when we come back, we can talk about some of the really interesting details.
Hello, ma'am. Can I help you find something?
Yes, actually. I'm looking to buy a camera.
We've got a wide selection. Do you know if you'd like a point and shoot or something a little fancier? Are you shopping for yourself or for someone else?
Actually, I'm buying a camera for my husband.
Ah, well then I'd recommend a nice entry-level digital SLR.
Yeah? Can I take a look at the SLRs you carry?
Sure thing, follow me. This here is
the Canon EOS. Yeah, it's okay, but I'm looking for something that performs better in low light, has a better display panel, and longer battery life.
Oh, the Nikon D60 is a nice option?
Yeah, but what kit lens does this camera come with? I don't want some bulky telephoto lens.
Well, this one has the,
Looks to me like an 18 to 55mm lens. Pretty standard. That'll do. Not like my husband will be stalking celebrities or anything.
So, can I interest you in any
accessories? Do you carry polarizing filters?
Polarizing filters? We should. I'm sorry, ma'am. Looks like we're sold out.
No, you're not. There are some right here.
Oh, well, would you look at that? Polarizing filters.
Thanks for your help, Ralph.
No problem, ma'am.
All right, we're back. So apparently this girl knew more than the salesman about this these things. Is this from real life experience?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Well, we can get to that later, like I said, but there are some very important words that anyone who wants to buy a camera should know before they go into the store, and these are common across the board. So let's take a look at these in today's language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, so in language takeaway today, we have our first difference. Now, it's very important to know the difference between point and shoot camera and the digital SLR.
Okay, so digital, everyone knows digital now, right?
Right.
That's the kind of photography we have. You don't use film, okay? It uses a memory card to record digital images. But point and shoot are those little cameras where you just click and it takes a picture. There's no lens, there's no additional lens, there's no special add-ons. It's a small rectangle and you just take normal pictures. And that's the kind of camera that like my mom uses.
Like
and that,
everyone usually
I have it in
has
my
those.
purse and whatever. It's
Yeah.
just easy to use. But the digital SLR is a kind of camera that's like the old SLR where you have an attachment of you have a body and you have a lens and they're just much fancier and you have to do a lot more on your own to make a nice picture.
Now, SLR, that's an acronym. Do you know what it stands for?
So an SLR is a single lens reflex camera. And that means that there's a lot more you have to do as the photographer
Right.
to make sure that the picture comes out well.
Right, so it's really interesting because you can actually play with the lens, like the focus and, how much light you want to allow it to go in. And there's a lot of really, sometimes a little bit difficult things that not many people understand.
Exactly. And so I think that's why it's good to do some research before you buy one because there's so many differences across the different cameras.
Okay, now both on digital SLRs and on point-and-shoot cameras, you have something that's called a display panel.
That's right. So a display panel is usually covered in plastic, and it's the area that tells you how many pictures you've taken, how many pictures you can take, if the flash is on, if you're doing an automatic setting. So it's like the little computer monitor that tells you what's going on with the camera.
Usually after you take a picture, you can also see how it came out, right, in that moment.
Exactly. And so a lot of times with these fancy cameras, you want to know how big the display panel is and how good the quality is in the display panel. Because obviously if you take a picture and it shows up bad in the display panel, you want to take a new one.
Right.
But what if it's the display panel that's broken?
Right. Okay, very good. And that's actually one of the great advantages of digital cameras, that you can actually see how your picture looks like.
Exactly.
In
It's
that moment.
Instant gratification.
Nice. All right, now when she was looking to buy this digital SLR, she mentioned something about a kit lens.
Okay, this is fancy camera terminology, right? Because if you buy a point and shoot, there's no lens. It's just the camera. But if you're buying a fancy digital SLR, you can buy the body, which means the machine, but there's no lens. So normally stores will sell cameras with a kit lens. That means they make a kit or they make a combination for you.
So it's the body and the lens.
Exactly.
But if you want, you can buy the body and the lens separate. Maybe you want a really fancy lens.
Exactly. So what's the kind of fancy lens we might buy?
A telephoto lens.
Ooh, so these are the really big lenses for super close-up shots from a distance, right? So you think of maybe professional photographers or photojournalists who have these kind of lenses. They're big and they're bulky and they're not
Right.
for traveling.
Usually you see them in like sporting events, right? They're on the side of the field and they have these big white, they're usually white lenses on their cameras. So you can actually take a very close picture of the action that's far away.
Exactly. And it's really good for those kind of things where you have action or where you're trying to get close-ups.
And now if one of these accessories that could go well with a telephoto lens or any digital SLR is a polarizing filter.
Okay, so filter is something that takes certain elements out of something else. So we can filter coffee, for example, and it takes the coffee grounds out and leaves the water. But in a camera, a polarizing filter is something we put onto the glass of the lens to change the way that light goes into the lens.
Okay. So in this way, you take a picture maybe of a very sunny day and it will look differently if you didn't have this filter.
Exactly. And you can also have a UV filter, which does similar things with UV rays in the sunlight. And these are just filters or things you put on the camera, and polarizing means that you're splitting up, right, the kind of light that goes in.
Okay, very good. Very technical terms, and but they're very useful, especially if you're looking to buy one of these cameras and you're not very familiar with the terms. But why don't we move on now to some very interesting phrases that we saw in the dialogue on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right, so on Fluency Builder, our first phrase today is entry level. What's an entry level digital SLR?
Okay, well, entry level is something that we can use for any kind of purchase. So any kind of thing that we buy.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of a camera, an entry level is not for an expert or professional. It's something for someone who's buying one for the first time.
So like for beginners.
For beginners. So entry level is like entry, beginning, starting. We can have an entry level job where you don't need training or experience, right? An entry level camera where you don't need long experience with fancy cameras
or training
exactly
to know how to use it. Okay, very good. So that's an entry level camera, but as you mentioned, we can also use it for the job, an entry level job position. All right, what about our second phrase?
Okay, so this one goes with the telephoto lens, right? She says, I don't need a telephoto lens. My husband doesn't need a telephoto lens.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he's going to be stalking celebrities.
Okay, so we have this verb here, to stalk.
To stalk, that means to follow someone around.
Okay.
And to look at them and to watch them and to not leave them alone.
Now, she mentioned this because this is a very, very interesting and closely associated topic with photographers. You know, you have the paparazzi who follow celebrities and they have these big telephoto lens so they can take pictures of celebrities without them knowing.
Exactly. And so you imagine someone in a tree with a big telephoto lens taking a photo of someone famous who's, half a mile away. And stalking celebrities is something that's a bad thing, right?
Yeah, it's bad.
But it's
and
very
also
common.
illegal, I think.
And I think it's illegal, yeah.
All right. And what about our last phrase?
Would you look at that?
Well, he said it in a very surprised tone, right? Kind of like he didn't really expect to find the polarizing filters.
Right, so he's embarrassed, okay? Would you look at that means, oh, wow, I'm surprised.
Right.
Right, so it's awkward, right? So you could say, Marco, you got a little bit of food on your shirt. You've had it for like an hour.
Oh my God, would you look at that? Oh, the
That's
beans
really,
I had.
That's really embarrassing. I've got food on my, right?
on my shirt.
So this man who works at the store, he's embarrassed because he didn't know something he should know.
Okay.
And so he says, oh, would you look at that? How funny. I didn't see those.
Now we can also maybe use it in a sarcastic tone, right? If I tell somebody, can you bring me my glasses that are on the table? And they're like, I can't find them. They're not here. And then I find them. Would you look at that? Here they are. Right?
On your head the whole time. That's my mom. Would you look at that? I was wearing my glasses the whole time.
All right. Very good. So why don't we listen to the dialogue for the last time, and we'll be back to talk about digital SLRs.
Hello, ma'am. Can I help you find something?
Yes, actually. I'm looking to buy a camera.
We've got a wide selection. Do you know if you'd like a point and shoot or something a little fancier? Are you shopping for yourself or for someone else?
Actually, I'm buying a camera for my husband.
Ah, well then I'd recommend a nice entry-level digital SLR.
Yeah? Can I take a look at the SLRs you carry?
Sure thing, follow me. This here is
the Canon EOS. Yeah, it's okay, but I'm looking for something that performs better in low light, has a better display panel, and longer battery life.
Oh, the Nikon D60 is a nice option?
Yeah, but what kit lens does this camera come with? I don't want some bulky telephoto lens.
Well, this one has the,
Looks to me like an 18 to 55mm lens. Pretty standard. That'll do. Not like my husband will be stalking celebrities or anything.
So, can I interest you in any
accessories? Do you carry polarizing filters?
Polarizing filters? We should. I'm sorry, ma'am. Looks like we're sold out.
No, you're not. There's some right here.
Oh, well, would you look at that? Polarizing filters.
Thanks for your help, Ralph.
No problem, ma'am.
All right, we're back. So you mentioned you recently bought a digital SLR camera. How's that working out?
I'm loving it. I have to actually train myself on how to use it because I used to have an old film camera that had, it was actually a Nikon as well. And it's different using a digital SLR. There's a lot of things you can do that are very fancy because you actually there's a computer inside essentially. So it's I'm getting used to it. It's fun.
And what about the difference in pictures, like from a point and shoot to a digital SLR? Does it really make a great difference? Are you very happy with it?
There is a big difference, and part of the difference is that you can control every aspect of the photo, okay? So my digital camera was a small little Canon, you know, the little, what are they called? The power shoot? And it took great pictures because, you know, these cameras have amazing pixel quality, right? They have like 7.1 megapixels or like 9.1 megapixels. So the quality is really good, but everything looks the same. If I have my digital camera, my digital SLR, I can frame a shot and I can focus on one person but make everyone else blurry. I can really make more artistic photos, whereas the point and shoot is great for parties and for
just like everyday stuff.
Everyday stuff, exactly.
Now, what about traveling? You have a dilemma there, right? Because you visit very beautiful places where you would love to take very nice pictures with a digital SLR, but at the same time, the inconvenience of it, because they're pretty big. All of them are pretty big. So where would you go on that? Would you use the point and shoot or the digital SLR?
Well, that's a good question. One of the reasons that I picked the lens that I did is because it's not immense. But I really want to be able to do some like landscape photography, and I travel a lot, so I think it's worthwhile to suck it up and just take the camera, because otherwise, why did you buy it, right?
Yeah, that's true. All right, so an interesting topic here on English Pod, and I'm sure a lot of our users travel around, like to take pictures, or maybe are experts on digital photography. So why don't you come to the website englishpod.com? We'll see you there, and until next time.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Any compact, non-SLR camera with non-interchangeable lenses, using automatic settings and simplified controls. Generally desired by novices and casual users. Point and shoot. Try to persuade someone to buy, do, or eat something. Interest someone in. A transparent optical device used to converge or diverge transmitted light and to form images. Lens. A camera lens filter used to control the plane of polarization of light entering the lens. Polarizing filter. Simple and appropriate to an inexperienced person. Entry level.
Let's try that faster.
Simple and appropriate to an inexperienced person. Entry level. A camera lens filter used to control the plane of polarization of light entering the lens. Polarizing filter. Any compact, non-SLR camera with non-interchangeable lenses using automatic settings and simplified controls. Generally desired by novices and casual users. Point and shoot. A transparent optical device used to converge or diverge transmitted light and to form images. Lens. Try to persuade someone to buy, do, or eat something. Interest someone in.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Point and shoot. A point-and-shoot camera is also called a compact camera because it is small and the lens can be compacted into the body of the camera. Point and shoot. A disposable camera is the cheapest point and shoot camera. Point and shoot. A fully automated camcorder can also be called point and shoot. Lens. Macro lenses are used for close-up photography. Lens. Convex lenses are used to converge light behind the lens, while concave lenses are used to diverge light behind the lens. Lens. Photographic lenses can be compound lenses, which means that they are made of a combination of convex and concave lenses and other optical devices. Interest someone in. Can I interest you in a drink? Interest someone in. While you're waiting, can I interest you in a tour of the facilities? Interest someone in. Can I interest you in buying a new car? Polarizing filter. Polarizing filters are also called polarizers. Polarizing filter. Linear polarizing filters are made for manual focus cameras, while circular polarizing filters are made for autofocus cameras. Polarizing filter. Polarized sunglasses have a coating on their lenses which acts as a polarizing filter to cut out the glare of the sun from reflective surfaces. Entry level. She's offering him an entry-level job. Entry level. This new entry-level camera has received glowing reviews. Entry level. This is an entry-level class.
Hello everyone and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have an intermediate level lesson all about cell phones.
That's right, we're going to be buying a cell phone, or also known as a mobile phone. So before we jump into the dialogue, let's take a look at a specific type of phone on Vocabulary Preview.
Vocabulary Preview.
Well, the name of this phone is kind of funny. It's called a smartphone. It's very popular these days. Things like the Apple iPhone or the HTC Hero. These are examples of a smartphone.
That's right. So basically, a smartphone has additional functions, more than just a normal mobile phone. For example, you can check your email on a smartphone.
Yeah, so the thing that makes a smartphone different from a normal mobile phone is that it's like a small computer. You can do things like Marco said, send emails or take photos, edit photos, use applications, things like that from your phone.
Okay, so we're going to be talking about smartphones, so let's listen to the dialogue for the first time.
Hello, sir. May I help you?
Yeah, I accidentally dropped my phone in the toilet.
I see. Well, you've come to the right place. We have over 100 models of more than 20 leading mobile phone manufacturers.
Sounds good. I don't want it to be too expensive. Maybe something mid-range.
We have this new HTC smartphone. It comes with the Android OS, so you can download applications. It also has a built-in camera, MP3 player, and touchscreen. It works on the 3G network, so you have fast access to the internet wherever you are.
What about Wi-Fi?
Of course. You can access the internet from any hotspot, as well as from home.
One last thing. Is it waterproof?
All right, we're back. Now, have you ever done this? Have you ever dropped your phone in the water? Have you ever damaged the phone like that?
Luckily, no, knock on wood, but I have a good friend who dropped his in the toilet and had to buy a new one. Yeah, so this is not made up.
It's actually more common than what people think, but we'll get to that in a bit. Why don't we take a look at 5 key words in language takeaway?
Language takeaway.
This first word is very important because in this particular dialogue, we're talking about the HTC smartphone. This is a special kind of phone, and it has an Android operating system, or OS. So Android is something that Google came up with, and they have this operating system that they're giving away for free. If you want to use it, you can use it. You can make a whole new phone using this operating system. So the operating system, like Windows or what's the Mac one called?
Tiger OS.
Tiger OS. You have these Linux, yeah, Linux. These are like the interface that allows you to use your computer and to interact with it. And so they're different for different kinds of computers. But the same is true of a smartphone.
Exactly. So that's what we're looking at today. If you see this word Android, it's a proper noun, and as Catherine mentioned, it's the name of the OS or operating system developed by Google. So we're taking a look at a smartphone that uses the Android OS. All right, now this phone not only carried this operating system, but also an MP3 player.
That's right. So an MP3 player is a device that plays songs for you. So songs can be stored as MP3s. And a good example of an MP3 player is an iPod.
An iPod, exactly. And for many of you, you're listening to this podcast as an MP3 file through an MP3 player. So that's the name. We usually say MP3.
Exactly. And another feature of this special smartphone is that you can use it on the 3G network. What is a 3G network, Marco?
All right, so a 3G network is a third generation network, which allows more information to be sent. So not only can you send voice like a normal cell phone network, but now you can send pictures, or you can download information like, for example, your email. So this is the new 3G network. It allows you to send more information, more data.
Exactly. 3G, third generation. And in addition to this, our customer wants to know about Wi-Fi, okay? Wi-Fi, you hear this a lot when you go to a hotel or a restaurant. They say we have Wi-Fi access.
Right. And Wi-Fi stands for wireless fidelity. So it's basically internet that has no wires. You don't need to connect your computer to anything. You just log on and use the internet.
All right, so look out for that when you're in a cafe next time. Do they have Wi-Fi? Usually there's a sign on the wall. And finally, this customer wants to know, is this great phone waterproof? What is waterproof?
All right, so if you have a watch, for example, and you can take this watch into a swimming pool or the ocean, it means it's waterproof. So it resists water. It won't get damaged if it gets wet.
Great, so I could say that I have a waterproof jacket. Right. So that means that when I go in the rain, my clothes don't get wet because they don't go inside the fabric.
Right, so, and there are many things waterproof as watches or waterproof cameras. I've never really seen a waterproof mobile phone, though. That's a
No.
good invention, maybe.
That would be.
All right, so those are 5 keywords for language takeaway. Why don't we listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back.
Hello, sir. May I help you?
Yeah, I accidentally dropped my phone in the toilet.
I see. Well, you've come to the right place. We have over 100 models of more than 20 leading mobile phone manufacturers.
Sounds good. I don't want it to be too expensive. Maybe something mid-range.
We have this new HTC smartphone. It comes with the Android OS, so you can download applications. It also has a built-in camera, MP3 player, and touchscreen. It works on the 3G network, so you have fast access to the internet wherever you are.
What about Wi-Fi?
Of course, you can access the internet from any hotspot, as well as from home.
One last thing. Is it waterproof?
All right, we're back. So now we have 3 phrases for you on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
Okay, this first phrase is a way of expressing something. So we're going to give you a formula. The first word is leading. So leading mobile phone manufacturers. So when we use the word leading, we're saying that it's leading in industry. That means the most important manufacturers in a kind of industry.
Right, so it's one of the biggest, it's one of the best. And if we want to change the noun, we can say, for example, the leading car manufacturer.
Exactly. So in Japan, I wonder who the leading car manufacturer is. Is it Toyota maybe?
Toyota.
And we could also say that about clothing. The leading clothing manufacturer in America is, I have no idea, Cotton maybe?
Cotton, right. So you can use many other nouns. And well, if you want to drop the manufacturers, you can say the leading brand in cosmetics or the leading supplier of medical equipment.
So this means the person or the company with that's the most important in an industry.
Right. And going back to one of the features of the mobile phone, we talked about the built-in camera. Now this structure is interesting, built-in.
Well, we can say that things are built in when they are a part of something else. For example, a built-in camera is a part of a phone. It's not a camera and a phone,
Right.
2 different devices. They're put together. We can also say this about cabinets. You can buy cabinets and you can put them in your house and keep things in them. But we often have built-ins. That means that they're stuck on the wall. You can't take them away.
Right.
So those are called built-ins because they're part of the wall. So a built-in camera is a part of the phone.
Right. So you can pretty much use this structure with 2 products that are combined as one. For example, the cabinets that Catherine mentioned, or if your refrigerator has a television incorporated, right? You can say this refrigerator comes with a built-in television.
Or very common is the laptop with built-in speakers. So that means we don't have to bring speakers with us every time we want to use the laptop. There's small speakers inside the computer.
Very good. And we have one last phrase.
One last phrase.
One last thing. All right, so that's our phrase. One last thing. Oh, wait, before you go, one last thing.
So this is often said when someone's leaving a conversation. So I'm going to say, okay, Marco, I've got to go run and do something. I'll see you later.
Right. Oh, wait. One last thing.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. So
Right.
now I'll wait. So one last thing is a way to say, no, wait, hold on. I have to tell you
Something
one more
else.
thing.
So yeah, as you say, you can use it as a fixed phrase. One last thing. Or before I go, one last thing. Can you take out the dog?
One last thing we have to talk about.
Right. And this was our last word. So why don't we listen to our dialogue for the last time?
Hello, sir. May I help you?
Yeah, I accidentally dropped my phone in the toilet.
I see. Well, you've come to the right place. We have over 100 models of more than 20 leading mobile phone manufacturers.
Sounds good. I don't want it to be too expensive. Maybe something mid-range.
We have this new HTC smartphone. It comes with the Android OS, so you can download applications. It also has a built-in camera, MP3 player, and touchscreen. It works on the 3G network, so you have fast access to the internet wherever you are.
What about Wi-Fi?
Of course. You can access the internet from any hotspot, as well as from home.
One last thing. Is it waterproof?
All right, we're back. And I actually read somewhere that many girls have this accident because they place their mobile phones in their back pockets. So when they go to the bathroom, they accidentally, the phone accidentally drops out and falls into the toilet.
I heard a different explanation for
Really?
this common problem. Maybe not very appropriate, but boys have this problem because they take their phones to the bathroom and they play with them when they're using the bathroom.
I've also heard this, that you're maybe checking your messages or checking your email while in your bathroom, and it falls.
Just falls. Yeah, so I think boys and girls all have this problem. Be careful with your phones. Those smartphones
Right.
are still pretty expensive.
Yes, they are. All right, so if you have any questions, any doubts, you can contact us at englishpod.com, and we'll see everyone there.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
By accident. Accidentally. Advanced. Fashionable. Lead. Software program. Application. A telecommunication system. Network. Place with internet connectivity. Hotspot. A phone with wireless internet capacity. Smartphone. Management system. Android OS.
Let's try that faster.
Place with internet connectivity. Hotspot. By accident. Accidentally. Management system. Android OS. A phone with wireless internet capacity. Smartphone. Advanced. Fashionable. Lead. A telecommunication system. Network. Software program. Application.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Accidentally. I accidentally scratched his car with my bike. Accidentally. They accidentally left the lights on while they were on vacation. Accidentally. How can a person accidentally burn their house down? Application. With this application, you can see which restaurants are nearby your current location. Application. I've downloaded many free applications, but I can never justify buying pay applications. Application. He designs iPhone applications for a technology company. Network. All of the computers in this office are connected by a network. Network. Our brains are a system of nerves and connections that control all of our body's processes. Network. The wireless network is down. Can you pass me that cable so I can connect to the internet? Hotspot. He is always checking his emails. He only goes to restaurants with wireless hotspots. Hotspot. This cafe is perfect. All you can drink coffee and a wireless hotspot. Hotspot. I have to find a wireless hotspot in this airport so I can send out an email right away. Smartphone. Apple's iPhone revolutionized the smartphone industry. Smartphone. I'd really like to buy a smartphone, but they're almost as expensive as a laptop computer. Smartphone. Buying a smartphone has made my life much more convenient. I don't have to bring my computer with me everywhere now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we've got an upper intermediate level lesson.
That's right, we're gonna go and buy shoes.
Okay, this is very fun. I like buying shoes, although I have a hard time finding shoes in my size sometimes. But we're here talking about men's shoes specifically.
That's right, we've actually decided to talk about this topic, buying shoes, separately between men and women's shoes, because I think each type of shoe has its own type of vocab, and that can be very useful for men or women.
That's right. So let's take a listen to today's dialogue, and we'll be back in a moment to talk more about the specifics of men's shoe styles.
Hi, I'm looking for a pair of shoes for my son.
Sure thing. Here we are. If you're looking for dress shoes, we have several different styles of Oxford for boys. We also carry athletic shoes, hiking boots.
Oh, Jacob, how about these sneakers?
Mom, they've got Velcro.
Well, then how about these? What is this style called?
They're tennis shoes. They're very popular with teens and young adults.
Ooh, Mom, can I get these?
What are those?
They're Chuck Taylors. Everyone has them. Can I please?
I don't know. Would they go with your clothes? The backs are really high, and the way the tongue just sticks up, they're almost like a boot. And the sole doesn't look like it would have a very good grip.
They're only $45, and they've got cool fluorescent orange shoelaces. Mom! Mom!
Okay, try them on.
What size are your feet?
Here's a size 9.
We'll try a size 43 on you first and see how that fits.
A what?
They come in European sizes. He should be a size 43. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. So as you saw, we have a lot of different shoe styles. And so we're going to take a look at these on Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
Okay, first up, we have a very popular style of shoe. This is called an athletic shoe.
Okay, athletic shoe. Now, I imagine that athletes wear these shoes.
Good guess, Marco. So athletic athletes. This is actually for sports in general. So this is sports shoes, but in English we say athletic shoes.
Okay, so it's not specifically for any type of sport, but they're just comfortable shoes that you can do most sports in.
Right, like running shoes and basketball shoes and soccer shoes. These are all kinds of athletic shoes.
Very good. Okay. So these types of athletic shoes, they're usually they're kind of low, right? They don't have a lot of support around the ankle.
No, but they do have a lot of support in the heel, the
heel.
bottom of your foot.
Right, because you're running, you need that extra support.
Exactly.
Now, on the opposite, if you're going hiking, if you're maybe trekking, then you need a special type of shoe that's going to give more ankle support, and these are called hiking boots.
Okay, hiking boots. So like you were saying, you get a lot of support in your ankle. That's the back of your foot and the area around your leg. So these shoes tend to come higher on your leg. They're taller on your leg. And they're usually pretty heavy.
Yeah. And I think they are more weather resistant. So if it rains or if it's wet, these shoes will respond better.
You're not going to get wet feet.
You're not, yeah. And so hiking boots. And now we have another interesting word. I'd never really understood it, why they're called this way, but we have sneakers. Sneakers.
Okay, I love sneakers. I always wear sneakers. A very common brand that you see with sneakers is Puma. Also Adidas.
Right.
So Converse is another brand. Sneakers are shoes that are not fancy. They're not like leather or work shoes, but they're also not athletic shoes because you don't necessarily use them when you're playing sports. They're basically very simple shoes for, normal daily stuff.
Normal walking.
Young people wear them usually.
Okay, sneakers. Now, I never understood why they're called sneakers because I think if you sneak maybe on someone, I guess these shoes are good for sneaking up.
Perhaps. I don't know. They're less noisy than other shoes.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we have sneakers. And now another type of shoe that can be a little bit confusing. They're called tennis shoes.
Okay, tennis shoes can be considered a kind of sneaker. Again, it's not the kind of shoe that you would normally wear to work. It's not leather. It's not a hiking boot. They're low shoes, so low ankles generally. And they tie up,
Right. But you would think that you use these shoes to play tennis.
Not necessarily.
But not necessarily, right? I mean, you don't have to play tennis. Oh, they're not specifically designed to play tennis.
No, perhaps originally they were tennis shoes for the game tennis, but nowadays they're very, very common. They're like sneakers.
Right.
They're shoes that most young people wear to school or to play around in.
Okay, so they're kind of like you say, a sneaker. And now moving on, these might seem a little bit strange, but we call them Chuck Taylors.
Chuck Taylors, basically Chuck Taylor is a brand.
Okay.
Converse, Chuck Taylors. We also call them Chucks. And this is a style of shoe that this brand made very famous. They're very, very thin canvas shoes. So the fabric is not leather, it's canvas.
Okay.
And they come in bright red or black or green.
Yeah.
And some of them are very low, and some of them have a piece of the ankle that comes up.
So it almost looks like a boot to a certain extent, but it's not like a hiking boot. It's not very hard. It doesn't support your ankle as much. It's just the style is higher.
Exactly. And so because these are made of fabric, they're very thin, they're very light, they're not very good for hiking, for example.
Right. So these are called Chuck Taylors. They're very, very popular with teenagers, right?
That's right. Teenagers all over the world wear Chuck Taylors.
And I think they're very old. This style, these Chuck Taylors have been around for like 30 years,
I think since the 1960s or 70s.
But they're still popular.
Yeah, and they haven't changed.
They haven't changed. Right. So these are the 5 types or styles of shoes that we're going to take a look at. Why don't we move on now to more specific vocab related to the parts of the shoe on Language Takeaway Part 2.
Language takeaway.
Okay, so Jacob is talking to his mother, and his mom wants to know, hey, how about these sneakers? What do you think? And Jacob says, Mom, they've got Velcro.
Okay.
So, Marco, what's this Velcro Jacob speaks of?
Well, as you can see, Velcro is capitalized, right? And so that means this is a proper noun, and it's actually a brand.
Okay, it's like Chuck Taylor's.
Like Chuck Taylor's. So Velcro is supposed kind of like a zipper, right? A fastener. But instead of zipping it up, you just put 2 pieces of cloth together and they stick.
Okay, and when you pull them apart,
they make that sound, yeah.
They make a loud sound. And so sometimes with baby shoes or young children's shoes, we don't want to tie them because that's too hard. So we have Velcro. This is a kind of fabric, like you said, that sticks together. We don't have to spend all this time tying things. So you see Velcro on hats, on gloves, on jackets, on shoes. It's a very popular way to make things, close things, or to keep things secure.
In a very easy way, right? You just push them together and that's it. They're sealed.
Exactly.
So the next time you see it, now you know that it's called Velcro. I imagine in other languages it's probably called the same thing.
Well, right. It's the brand name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. And, well, now moving on to the parts of the shoe. We have the tongue.
Okay, well, think about the body part, the tongue, right? When you look at your tongue, it's straight and it's flat and it kind of curves at the bottom.
Right.
Well, on a shoe, when you're putting your shoe on, you know, in the front of the shoe can make it stuck, you have to pull the tongue.
Right.
It's a piece of fabric or piece of the shoe where the top of your foot is.
Yeah, very good. So that's called the tongue. Now, some shoes have a very small tongue or a low one, and others have a very high one. Like, for example, Chuck Taylor's, they have a big tongue.
That's right, very long tongue. And so the tongue is the part that rests on top of your foot, and usually the shoelaces are over the tongue.
Exactly. And now moving on to the bottom part of the shoe, that's called the sole.
Okay, S-O-L-E, sole. This is a really important part of shoes. I always look at the sole before I buy a pair of shoes because this is the part that you use the most because you're walking on the ground.
Right. So, for example, hiking boots, they will have a very high sole and they will have kind of like a pattern so that you don't slip if you're walking on dirt, right?
That's right. Sometimes rubber sole. But other times, like Chuck Taylor's also have a rubber sole, but it's very thin.
It's very thin. And some shoes, for example, they have a plastic sole maybe because they're used for other purposes. So they might be a little bit slippery if you go onto a smooth surface.
Exactly.
So the sole, that's the bottom part of the shoe. And the last part of the shoe that we're going to take a look at, and probably the most important, are the shoelaces.
Shoelaces. So shoelaces are basically long pieces of string that you use to tie your shoes closed because you want your shoes to be tight on your foot. You don't want it to be too loose, otherwise it might fall off.
Right.
And Chuck Taylor's and some other shoes are very famous for having crazy colored laces or for people using crazy colored laces to tie them up.
Right. So that's the part they use to tie or tighten the shoe with. So on the opposite, if a shoe doesn't have shoelaces, it's probably going to have Velcro.
That's right, Velcro or shoelaces.
Okay, so those are all the words that we have for you today. Why don't we go back and listen to the dialogue for the last time?
Hi, I'm looking for a pair of shoes for my son.
Sure thing. Here we are. If you're looking for dress shoes, we have several different styles of Oxford for boys. We also carry athletic shoes, hiking boots.
Oh, Jacob, how about these sneakers?
Mom, they've got Velcro.
Well, then how about these? What is this style called?
They're tennis shoes. They're very popular with teens and young adults.
Ooh, Mom, can I get these?
What are those?
They're Chuck Taylor's. Everyone has them. Can I please?
I don't know. Would they go with your clothes? The backs are really high, and the way the tongue just sticks up, they're almost like a boot. And the sole doesn't look like it would have a very good grip.
They're only $45, and they've got cool fluorescent orange shoelaces. Mom! Mom!
Okay, try them on.
What size are your feet?
He is a size 9.
We'll try a size 43 on you first and see how that fits.
A what?
They come in European sizes. He should be a size 43. I'll be right back. All right, so talking about shoes, you say that you always take a look at the sole. Why is this?
Because I'm always afraid that my shoes are going to wear out. And I don't buy shoes very often. I love sneakers. I love my Pumas. And I love flat shoes. And so when you buy a pair of shoes you really like, you don't want to buy another pair in 6 months. You want to get a pair that has a really good sole so that will last for a long time.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I think for me, yeah, that's probably one of the most important parts is the sole, as long as it's comfortable. Because some soles of some shoes can be very rigid.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit uncomfortable to walk with. And but I don't know. I don't really have that many pairs of shoes if I think about it.
Well, most people have one fancy pair of shoes for special occasions, and then a pair of work shoes that are leather, and then maybe a couple pairs of sneakers and some sandals. For the summer.
So, but you have sandals and you have flip-flops, or are they the same?
Well, sandals is basically a kind of shoe. It's an open shoe that you wear in the summer. Flip-flops are a kind of sandal.
Oh, okay.
So they usually have a V in the front, and that's where you put your
big toe and the second toe.
Yeah, so we wear them in the shower or at the beach. They're usually made of plastic or rubber so that you can get them wet.
Right.
But flip-flops are a kind of sandal.
Yeah, very good. It's very interesting how many styles and types of shoes. And actually for men, I think it's not that complicated. But when we get into women's shoes, then we'll see a lot of different things.
There are too many styles. I can't keep track.
All right, so that's all the time we have for today, but we'll see you guys on the website if you have any questions, any doubts, or if you just want to chat with us, we'll see you at EnglishPod.com.
See you guys there.
All right, bye.
Bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
A shoe used as a component of formal wear. Dress shoe. A canvas shoe with a pliable rubber sole. Tennis shoe. The flap of material under the laces of a shoe. Tongue. Way of grasping and holding firmly. Grip. A long, thin material used for fastening a shoe. Shoelaces. The underside of footwear. Sole.
Let's try that faster.
The underside of footwear. Sole. The flap of material under the laces of a shoe. Tongue. Way of grasping and holding firmly. Grip. A long, thin material used for fastening a shoe. Shoelaces. A shoe used as a component of formal wear. Dress shoe. A canvas shoe with a pliable rubber sole. Tennis shoe.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Tennis shoe. I love tennis shoes because they're comfortable. I can wear them every day, and when I go out, they still look great. Tennis shoe. Tennis shoes used to be very plain, but now they come in many different colors and many different styles. Tennis shoe. My tennis shoes are old and ratty, but I still love them. Tongue. I put my foot back in my sneaker, pulled up the tongue, tightened my laces, and I kept on running. Tongue. The tongues of these shoes keep falling down. Tongue. The shoe tongue is supposed to keep the laces from rubbing against the foot. Sole. The soles of my shoes were starting to wear down. Sole. I went to the cobbler and got him to put rubber soles on my shoes. Sole. After dancing for several hours, the soles of my feet were sore. Grip. My new sneakers have a much better grip than my old ones. Grip. My shoes lost their grip and I slipped on the polished floor. Grip. As I was climbing the tree, I lost my grip, fell, and broke my arm. Shoelaces. In the Olympics, the shoelaces of one figure skater broke in the middle of his performance. Shoelaces. My brother got me pink shoelaces with Hello Kitty on them for my birthday. Shoelaces. My mom tightened my shoelaces, made a knot, and then told me to go play outside.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and we're shoe shopping again.
That's right, we are going shoe shopping, but this time it's a little bit more complicated because we're getting women's shoes.
That's right. So there are so many different kinds of women's shoes. I'm not even sure I know them all myself, but in this intermediate level lesson, we're going to cover some of the basics for you.
That's right. So before we jump into this dialogue, we have a word that we want to preview with you today, and let's take a look at it now on Vocabulary Preview.
Vocabulary Preview.
Okay, so we're shopping today for a certain kind of shoe. It's not a sports shoe, it's a dress shoe.
Okay, that kind of doesn't make sense because a dress is a noun, a shoe is a noun. And so you want to get a shoe that's a dress?
No. A dress shoe is a style of shoe. It means shoes that you wear when you're wearing fancy clothes.
So it's kind of like a formal shoe. A dress shoe is for a shoe, a type of shoe that would go well with a dress.
That's right, not sneakers. But don't be fooled. This is not about dresses because men can wear dress shoes too.
That's right.
It means shoes you would wear to a conference or to a wedding or to church. So these are things that are a little bit fancier than everyday shoes.
Okay, awesome. So we're shopping for a dress shoe, and there are so many types and styles of shoes for women. So why don't we listen to our dialogue for the first time, and we'll be back in a second.
Hi, excuse me, sir. I'm looking for a dress shoe. My usual pair that I've had for years have finally been stretched out of shape. They don't provide any support anymore.
Sure. What kind of shoe are you looking for? We've got strappy sandals, sleek high heels, edgy pumps. If you're looking for something a little more practical, we've got Mary Janes, ballerinas.
Show me some classic high heels, please.
Okay, right this way. What color did you have in mind?
Black. Classic.
Of course. We've got this style here that is very popular. Because it's an open-toe shoe, you can wear it any time of the year. They look great on everyone.
Too shiny. And I wear pantyhose with my shoes, so let's look for a closed-toe shoe.
Okay, these are a very nice pair of leather shoes with a 2-inch heel, so they are very comfortable.
I don't like the pointed toes. Let me take a look at what else you have. Too high. That one looks like the back would cut into my heel. I have a high instep, so I doubt that one would fit properly. I don't want bows. I find slingbacks very uncomfortable. Those might as well be stilettos. Too modern. Ah, finally! This is what I'm looking for.
What size?
7.5.
Here we are. How does it fit?
Not good. They're too tight. The length is right, but the shoe is too narrow and it's pinching my toes. And there'd be no room for my insoles. You know what? I don't think I have the patience for this today. They just don't make shoes like they used to. I'll come back another time.
Have a nice day, ma'am.
All right, we're back. So a lot of shoe styles, as you noticed, a lot of them are very, I don't know, I don't even know what they are. So why don't we try and explain them now on Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So the first kind of shoe we've got here is very popular in the summer. It's called a strappy sandal.
A strappy sandal. So we know what a sandal is.
Yep.
It's kind of like what you wear to the beach. It's a shoe that it doesn't really cover your whole foot, just the bottom.
It's very open.
Mm-hmm. And, well, what about strappy?
Strappy comes from the word strap. So strap is like a thin piece of fabric or leather that connects other pieces. And so a strappy sandal means that it's got many of these different little straps on it, many lines everywhere that connect it. So it's very open. It's made of many different thin pieces.
Okay, good. So we have a strappy sandal, basically a sandal with many straps. And, well, she went on to describe sleek high heel. So this is a two-part thing here. Sleek is an adjective, which basically means really cool looking.
Or more like it's pretty and fancy and, usually sleek things are also kind of simple. Like a Jaguar is a very sleek car.
Okay. And so this is the adjective to describe the high heels. So we have high heels.
Okay, we have high heels that are kind of fancy shoe. Basically, these are shoes that are not flat. So the heel is very tall.
That's right. So basically, this is what a lot of women wear with dresses. Basically, the heel has a piece that kind of sticks out and makes the woman look taller. So basically, it's like they're walking on the tips of their toes the entire time.
Right, and they make click, clack, click, clack.
Exactly.
They make that sound. But there are different kinds of heels, okay? High heels obviously means that they're tall. You can have low heels, too. Those are shorter.
Okay.
But high heels, there are different kinds. One kind is pumps.
Pumps, okay? In the dialogue, we actually saw the salesman describe them as edgy pumps. So edgy, what does edgy mean, though?
Edgy means cool. Or hip.
All right.
So young people like to wear edgy clothes, like rock and roll kind of clothes. Not so much older people.
Okay. And pumps are a type of high heel, you say, but what is the difference?
Well, pumps basically are the kind of simple heel that a woman will wear with a pantsuit or with a skirt to the office. And so they usually have a closed toe, and they're quite simple heels.
Okay. And the opposite, or, well, maybe a little bit different from pumps, would be stilettos.
So stilettos are a very special kind of heel. Stiletto. It refers basically to the difference in the back of the shoe where you have the heel. Because sometimes heels are kind of thick and heavy and they make the clunk clunk sound.
Right.
But stilettos are very, very, very thin and very, very tall.
Okay. So stiletto heels. I think it's probably easier to walk with pumps rather than stilettos, right?
Stilettos are famous for being very, very hard to walk in. It's almost like the back of your heel is a chopstick.
Wow. I cannot imagine doing that. All right, so this is the classification of our high heels. Why don't we move on now to Mary Jane's?
Okay, so we've got high heels and heels. We also have flats. These are flat shoes. So one important kind of flats is a Mary Jane. Sounds like a name, right?
Yeah, it is a name, right? Mary Jane.
Mary Jane.
So what type of shoe is this?
This is basically usually a leather shoe, but it can be different materials. And it's round in the front, and it has one strap, and they're very cute.
Okay.
Usually little girls wear Mary Janes, but they're pretty popular these days with older people too.
Okay. So they're round in the front, they are usually black, and they have one little strap that goes over the top of your foot. Mary Jane's. Okay. All right, so we've taken a look at Mary Jane's. Now moving on to, I think it's a similar type of shoe, ballerina shoes.
Well, ballerina shoes are similar because they're flat, but
Right.
that's about it. Ballerina shoes are very, very thin. They're very, very weak. And usually they're pretty simple. They're pink or white or black. And they're almost like a slipper.
Okay, so they don't have the strap on top.
No, they're stretchy and you just slide them onto your foot. It's named after dancers, ballerinas. You know, the dancers who
Right.
wear pink and they put their hair up and they spin around.
Mhm.
And they're not hard on the bottom. They're usually quite soft and they're always flat.
So maybe these ballerina shoes, they're not the specific types of shoes for dancing if you're a ballerina.
Right.
But maybe they're more adequate for maybe walking around the house or something. You don't really go out hiking with ballerina shoes.
No, you don't go out hiking, but they're very popular to wear now to school or work.
Okay. And the other type of shoes that we had, actually, this was really confusing to me. Slingback shoes.
Well, slingbacks can be hard because they can be heels. They could be pumps, but it basically refers to a part of the shoe.
Okay.
So normal shoes, they cover the back of your foot, but slingbacks have one strap in the back. So maybe if I look at my foot in a slingback, I can see part of my heel.
Right. Okay, so slingbacks have a little strap on the back of your heel since the shoe doesn't close in the back.
Right.
Okay, but you also have high heels and women's shoes that don't close in the back, but that you don't have a strap in the back either, right?
Those are open shoes.
Open
shoes. Yeah, they're open in the back. But a slingback, there's one strap that keeps your shoe on.
Okay, a lot of different types of shoes we've just taken a look at. Why don't we go back, listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back shortly with Fluency Builder.
Hi, excuse me, sir. I'm looking for a dress shoe. My usual pair that I've had for years have finally been stretched out of shape. They don't provide any support anymore.
Sure. What kind of shoe are you looking for? We've got strappy sandals, sleek high heels, edgy pumps. If you're looking for something a little more practical, we've got Mary Jane's, ballerinas.
Show me some classic high heels, please.
Okay, right this way. What color did you have in mind?
Black. Classic.
Of course, we've got this style here that is very popular. Because it's an open-toe shoe, you can wear it any time of the year. They look great on everyone.
Too shiny. And I wear pantyhose with my shoes, so let's look for a closed-toe shoe.
Okay, these are a very nice pair of leather shoes with a 2-inch heel, so they are very comfortable.
I don't like the pointed toes. Let me take a look at what else you have. Too high. That one looks like the back would cut into my heel. I have a high instep, so I doubt that one would fit properly. I don't want bows. I find slingbacks very uncomfortable. Those might as well be stilettos. Too modern. Finally! This is what I'm looking for.
What size?
7.5.
Here we are. How does it fit?
Not good. They're too tight. The length is right, but the shoe is too narrow and it's pinching my toes. And there'd be no room for my insoles. You know what? I don't think I have the patience for this today. They just don't make shoes like they used to. I'll come back another time.
Have a nice day, ma'am.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at 5 key things on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
Okay, well, the reason we're shopping today is because the woman needs a new pair of shoes because her old shoes can't be worn anymore. What's wrong with them, Marco?
She said that they were stretched out of shape.
Okay, so to stretch or to be stretched out, this means that maybe they've been pulled and worn and they're stretched so much that they don't have the original shape anymore.
Right. So just imagine you have a new t-shirt and all of a sudden somebody takes you from your t-shirt and pulls you really hard. And usually what happens is this t-shirt is going to be stretched out of shape. You pulled it so hard that it loses its original form. So now maybe the neck is very low or the t-shirt is too long on one side.
Right.
So that's what happens when you stretch something out of shape.
Great.
Okay.
So her old shoes are stretched out of shape and they don't provide support anymore.
Okay. So to provide support. Now, what kind of support is she referring to?
She's talking about foot support. So, for example, slippers are kind of shoe, basically, that don't provide support. They're very soft. But can you walk around all day in slippers? No, it doesn't help your foot. But if you're trying to find shoes that are really good for walking, you need to find ones that provide support. That means that always support your foot, the bottom of your foot. Otherwise, your foot gets too tired.
Not only the bottom, but it could be also your ankle. For example, if you can't really go hiking with shoes like these with sandals, because obviously you're walking around rocks and it doesn't provide support on your ankle. Maybe you can hurt your ankle if you don't have it.
So maybe a hiking boot will provide more support.
Exactly. All right. And then the woman also mentioned that, it's hard for her to find a shoe because she said, I have a high instep.
Okay, so think about the foot. You've got toes in the very front and a heel in the very back, but in the middle, on top, you have the instep. So this is basically the top of your foot.
Okay. So if she has a high instep, it means that her foot is kind of thick.
That's right. Some people have thin feet. She has kind of a thick foot. So fitting her foot into a shoe is sometimes hard.
Right. We're not talking about the width of the foot. We're talking about the height,
like
or how tall it is.
From the bottom to the top of the foot.
Right. So that's what she means by high instep. And, they also mentioned different types of shoes. She said she didn't want an open-toe shoe. She wanted a closed-toe shoe.
That's right. So this is a really important classification for women's shoes, especially. Open-toe means that the toe of the shoe, the very, very front, has a hole or an opening, so you can see the toes.
Right.
Closed toe is the opposite. So personally, in the wintertime, I always wear closed-toed shoes because I think open-toe shoes are too cold.
Too cold. Okay. So that's basically it. I guess men, we don't really have this type of shoe between open-toe and closed-toe.
No, maybe. No, you don't really. But heels, maybe... you could have an open toe. You can have an open toe shoe or a closed toed shoe.
Right. Okay. So a lot of interesting things. This is useful for women out there and also for boyfriends. Maybe now you know what type of shoe your girlfriend may want.
That's right.
All right. So let's listen to this dialogue for the last time and we'll be back shortly.
Hi, excuse me, sir. I'm looking for a dress shoe. My usual pair that I've had for years have finally been stretched out of shape. They don't provide any support anymore.
Sure. What kind of shoe are you looking for? We've got strappy sandals, sleek high heels, edgy pumps. If you're looking for something a little more practical, we've got Mary Jane's, ballerinas.
Show me some classic high heels, please.
Okay, right this way. What color did you have in mind?
Black. Classic.
Of course. We've got this style here that is very popular. Because it's an open-toe shoe, you can wear it any time of the year. They look great on everyone.
Too shiny. And I wear pantyhose with my shoes, so let's look for a closed-toe shoe.
Okay, these are a very nice pair of leather shoes with a 2-inch heel, so they are very comfortable.
I don't like the pointed toes. Let me take a look at what else you have. Too high. That one looks like the back would cut into my heel. I have a high instep, so I doubt that one would fit properly. I don't want bows. I find slingbacks very uncomfortable. Those might as well be stilettos. Too modern. Ah, finally! This is what I'm looking for.
What size?
7.5.
Here we are. How does it fit?
Not good. They're too tight. The length is right, but the shoe is too narrow and it's pinching my toes. And there'd be no room for my insoles. You know what? I don't think I have the patience for this today. They just don't make shoes like they used to. I'll come back another time.
Have a nice day, ma'am.
All right, so talking about shoes, there's so many types, and I think women are notoriously famous for having a lot of shoes. Why is this?
Some women are. Some women aren't. It depends on the person. But part of the problem, as you said earlier, is that there's so many different kinds of women's shoes that now we expect women to have a different pair of shoes for every different occasion. Work shoes, hiking shoes, running shoes, wedding shoes. I don't know, summer shoes, winter shoes, fall shoes. So you need so many different kinds of shoes. You end up buying many different kinds.
I think that that's true. And also basically women like to look nice, so that's why, you do your makeup, you have earrings, and they have nice bags. So I guess it's also part of it is that you pay more attention to what type of shoe you're wearing that maybe goes well with the outfit. I think maybe guys, not all guys obviously, as well as not all women, but guys are a little bit more generic. It's like jeans pretty much go well with any type of shoe as long as it's maybe black or brown, right? Or something like this.
True. Although I know a lot of guys who have many different kinds of shoes.
True. It takes up a lot of space in the closet as well.
It does. Shoes are hard to carry around.
And actually, I find it kind of hard to get rid of my shoes. I think they have to be ripped or just completely unwearable in order for me to throw a shoe away, because otherwise it's still, you can still wear it sometimes on the weekends.
No, that's true. Although I tend to wear my shoes down. That means I wear them until they die.
Really?
And
Actually,
then I throw them away.
I've had shoes that I've worn the soles down, and then I just get the sole changed because I like the shoe so much.
Oh. Well, let us know. Do you guys like to buy shoes? Do you have a lot of shoes? Maybe you don't have that many shoes. We're curious to know about this in other cultures as well, because I know in the States, in the United States, shoe shopping is very, very popular.
In Holland, they have traditional wooden shoes.
Yeah, they do. Those are called clogs.
Clogs. So let us know maybe what type of shoes are also very unique to your country or culture. We're at EnglishPod.com. We'll see everyone there.
Bye.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Something that holds a person. Support. A shoe with the bottom part having straps. Strappy sandals. A low-cut, low-heeled shoe. Edgy pump. The shoe with the toes exposed. Open-toed shoe. The length of the heel is 2 inches. 2-inch heel. The shoe having a narrow top. Pointed shoe. Squeeze between the thumb and a finger. Pinch. The inner sole of a shoe. Insole. Tight and hurts the body with a sharp thing. Cut into.
Let's try that faster.
The length of the heel is 2 inches. 2-inch heel. Tight and hurts the body with a sharp thing. Cut into. The inner sole of a shoe. Insole. Something that holds a person. Support. A shoe with the bottom part having straps. Strappy sandals. The shoe having a narrow top. Pointed shoe. Squeeze between the thumb and a finger. Pinch. The shoe with the toes exposed. Open-toed shoe. A low-cut, low-heeled shoe. Edgy pump.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Support. It is important that your shoes support the arches of your feet so that your ankles don't roll in. Support. Apparently my shoes are the cause of my back pain, so I need to get custom-made insoles that provide extra support. Support. I find that it is so much easier to walk in a shoe that has arch support. Cut into. My new shoes are cutting into the back of my heel. Cut into.
The straps on these sandals are cutting into my feet. Cut into. I think my feet are too wide for this shoe because the shoe is starting to cut into the sides of my feet. 2-inch heel. I can't stand high heels, so if I have to wear them, I only ever wear shoes with a 1-inch heel. 2-inch heel. I don't know how models can stand, let alone walk in 4-inch heels. 2-inch heel. I love any kind of high heel shoes, but pumps with 3-inch heels are my favorite by far. Pinch. When I bought these shoes, they fit perfectly, but now I find that they are pinching my baby toe. Pinch. Does the size down fit better, or are they pinching your feet? Pinch. I haven't yet been able to buy shoes in China because the shoe sizes are smaller, so my toes are always pinched. Insole. I always put insoles in my shoes so I don't need to worry about how comfortable a shoe is before I buy it. Insole. The doctor suggested that my mother get special insoles made for her shoes. Insole. I always wear good quality shoes, so I never needed to buy insoles.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're talking a little bit about, well, kind of girly things.
That's right. We've talked about guys' shoes, women's shoes. So now we're going to talk about another aspect of women's accessories. We're going to talk about makeup.
Okay, so we're wearing makeup today, or actually we're buying makeup at the store. I never even knew there were so many kinds of makeup, so we're going to learn all about these in today's dialogue.
I'm hungry. Let's go grab a bite to eat.
Yeah, me too. Oh, can we stop at the shop really fast? I lost my makeup bag at the airport, and I want to pick up a few things.
Will you take long?
No, 5 minutes, I promise.
Come on, we've been here for almost an hour. I thought you said you're only going to get a few things. How long does it take you to pick out a lipstick and some nail polish?
Are you crazy? You have no idea what you're talking about. Just for my eyes, I have to get eyeliner, an eyelash curler, eyeshadow, an eyebrow pencil, and mascara. Then I need to get foundation, liquid foundation.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you nuts? How much is all this going to cost? I'm looking at the price of each one of these little things, and it's outrageous. This is basically a crayon.
What about you? You spend as much money or more on your razors, aftershave, cologne, and gel. Not to mention how much you spend on clothes and...
Fine, get the stupid $30 crayon.
All right, we're back. So obviously we're getting a lot of things for this girl, a lot of makeup. So I think there are a couple of things that we may not know about. So let's take a look at them now on Language Takeaway.
Language Takeaway.
So the first thing we're talking about today is a basic. Most women carry this around in their purses. It's called lipstick.
That's right. And as you said, this is a pretty basic thing. It's the kind of like paint that you put on your lips. And it's called a lipstick because it looks like a little stick.
Right, and you turn it with your fingers and it comes up, and then you turn it again and it goes down, basically keeping it from touching all of the things in your purse.
That's right, so lipstick. And, well, apart from this, we also have nail polish, and this is also very popular with the ladies when you paint your nails a certain color.
That's right. So polish is basically anything that makes something shiny.
Mhm.
It's something that you add to surfaces. So you could add polish to wood on a table, but in this case, we're putting it on our nails. That is fingernails or toenails. So it's nail polish.
All right, very good. And now we're getting into the specific things, a lot of makeup that women use on their eyes. So, for example, the first thing she said, she needs to get an eyeliner.
Okay, so eyeliner is basically a pencil. This is what the guy is making fun of her about. He says it's just a pencil or a crayon for your eye. And so basically you use it to draw a line on the top or the bottom of your eye, your eyelid.
Okay, so yeah, it kind of looks like a marker, and it comes, I think, black and different colors, and then you paint little lines around your eyes to make them more pronounced.
So it's called an eyeliner.
Okay, and now we have an eyelash curler, and also, I think this is very important for the ladies.
Yeah, well, not everyone uses this. It's a little bit of a scary instrument. It looks like it might pop your eye out. It's something you use on your eyelashes. So those are the hairs that come off of your eye, and basically you use this to make them curly or to make them seem a bit longer and prettier. So an eyelash curler is something that it's like almost like a press or something for your eyelashes.
Okay, very good. And, well, now that we've got that covered, we move on to eyeshadow. And I think this goes on your eyelid, right?
That's right. Some people make it go further. They put it on their face above their eyelid, but that's a little bit crazy. I think eyeshadow generally goes, like you said, on your eyelid, and it can be in many different colors. So blue, pink, red, whatever. People sometimes go crazy with eyeshadow.
Okay. And now what about an eyebrow pencil?
This is basically a pencil for filling in or for coloring your eyebrows. Sometimes people like to make their eyebrows look darker or thicker, and so they use this pencil. It's usually brown or black, and they use it on their eyebrows.
So we've picked up a lot of vocab here related to your eye. For example, an eyelash, your eyelid. Now we're talking about the eyebrows, which are the hairs on top, more or less around your forehead. And now we also have another type of makeup called mascara.
This is another basic. So like we said earlier, lipstick is something you almost always find in a woman's purse. Well, mascara is another one of those things. Almost everybody wears mascara. This is kind of like a brush for your eyelashes, and it paints them a different color. So most women wear black or brown, and it makes your eyelashes look really long.
Oh, okay. Very good. So this is kind of like paint for your eyelashes. And now moving away from your eyelashes, we're buying also some foundation and liquid foundation.
Okay, so foundation is just a kind of base for your face. So foundation, like a building, is the very bottom. Well, in this case, it's something that you put on your cheeks, on your face in general, on your forehead, to kind of smooth your skin out and make it look all the same color or the same texture. And so foundation can be like we see here, either a powder, which is kind of like a dry substance, or you can use liquid foundation, which is, like it says, liquid. It's almost like a thick cream.
All right, so foundation is, as you said, I guess you just want to make your skin look the same color, the same texture, because obviously not everyone's skin is perfect. We all have some spots maybe, or some different color on our face.
You say we like you wear foundation too. Do you wear makeup, Marco?
Well, I mean, we as people, because, you know. All right, no, none of this makeup for me, although I have used an eyelash curler once.
That's scary.
Well, my friends dared me to, so okay.
And
whatever.
you loved it.
Of course. Now I use it all the time. No. But what I do use is now things related to guys. So, for example, the girlfriend was saying, well, you buy razors and aftershave. So what are these things?
Well, razors aren't just a guy thing. Everyone can have a razor. It's basically a blade, like a very sharp piece of metal that you use to cut hair. So the hair on your legs, the hair on your face. These are things that you cut with a razor. And men use razors to shave their faces, shave their chins or above their lip.
All right. And well, actually, after we shave our beard, we put on a little bit of aftershave, which is basically kind of like alcohol that smells really nice.
That's right, because shaving can actually hurt your skin, or the hairs under your skin can become really itchy or irritated. And so aftershave helps make everything feel better.
Okay. And sometimes we also use a little bit of cologne to smell nice. So women usually wear perfume, which is, all the perfumes like CK and Hugo Boss and all that stuff, as well as for guys, it's usually called cologne.
Okay, that's right. It's an important difference there because we don't say perfume for guys and we don't say cologne for girls. So women wear perfume, like you said, but men wear cologne. And this word is very funny looking. It ends with, it's spelled Cologne. So you don't really say the G. It's not Cologne.
Right.
It's cologne. And it's
Cologne.
something that you put on your neck or your face to smell really good if you're a man.
Exactly. And finally, if you have long hair or maybe you have very spiky hair like I do, you need to wear a little bit of gel to kind of give your head a little bit of shape.
That's right. So gel is actually the name of a kind of substance. It's not liquid, but it's not hard either. And it's basically thick, like paste that you put in your hair to keep it in one place.
Yeah, it makes your hair become a little bit hard, or it keeps your hairstyle in for a long time.
That's
basically.
right.
All right, so a lot of vocab here, a lot of things that we've picked up. Why don't we go back, review all this great vocab on our dialogue for today.
I'm hungry. Let's go grab a bite to eat.
Yeah, me too. Oh, can we stop at the shop really fast? I lost my makeup bag at the airport and I want to pick up a few things.
Will you take long?
No, 5 minutes, I promise.
Come on, we've been here for almost an hour. I thought you said you were only going to get a few things. How long does it take you to pick out a lipstick and some nail polish?
Are you crazy? You have no idea what you're talking about. Just for my eyes, I have to get eyeliner, an eyelash curler, eyeshadow, an eyebrow pencil, and mascara. Then I need to get foundation, liquid foundation.
Whoa. Are you nuts? How much is all this going to cost? I'm looking at the price of each one of these little things and it's outrageous. This is basically a crayon.
What about you? You spend as much money or more on your razors, aftershave, cologne, and gel. Not to mention how much you spend on clothes and...
Fine, get the stupid $30 crayon.
All right, we're back. So now we're going to take a look at 3 short phrases that we've picked out for you on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So this first phrase is something that we almost always say with our friends or family when we're hungry, we're shopping, sometimes you're outside and you just really want to eat. You say, hey, let's grab a bite to eat.
That's right. So this is a very natural, colloquial way of saying, let's go get something to eat, or let's go eat something.
So it could be small, it could be a snack like an ice cream, but it can also be dinner. So, hey, do you want to go grab a bite to eat sometime? That means, hey, you want to go have lunch or dinner sometime?
Very good. So the phrase is grab a bite, or go grab a bite to eat.
So a bite can be a noun, like a thing, like a piece of food that you eat, but it can also be a verb, to bite, like, the dog bites the man. And so you have to be careful with this one. In this case, it's a noun.
Okay, very good. And, she wanted to first go to the store, and she said, I want to pick up a few things.
Well, usually when you pick something up, you take it from a table or from the ground. But in this case, it means to buy something because you can't just pick something up in a store and then walk away. You have to pay for it.
Right. So, for example, you can say, when you come home, can you pick up a carton of milk?
So that means, can you buy some milk on your way home? It doesn't mean, can you take some from someone else or steal some?
Exactly. All right, so to pick something up, to buy, to go and get, but obviously you have to pay. All right, and he used this very interesting phrase when she was getting all these things for her. He said, whoa, are you nuts?
Okay, so nuts is the important word here. It means crazy or out of your mind.
That's right. So it's another way of saying crazy. So if you call someone nuts, or you say he's nuts, that means
Yeah, like don't talk to him. He's nuts. Or he always does really dangerous things. He's nuts.
So he's a little bit crazy. So it's an adjective as to describe someone that's a little bit crazy or a little bit adventurous, maybe.
But in this case, he's not actually saying she's a crazy person. He's saying, listen, this is so much stuff. Are you crazy? Or he's basically saying, do you really want to do this? This seems like a bad decision.
Exactly. So that's why he used the phrase, are you nuts? Okay, so a lot of great stuff there. Why don't we go back, listen to our dialogue for the last time, and we'll be back in a bit.
I'm hungry. Let's go grab a bite to eat.
Yeah, me too. Oh, can we stop at the shop really fast? I lost my makeup bag at the airport and I want to pick up a few things.
Will you take long?
No, 5 minutes, I promise.
Come on, we've been here for almost an hour. I thought you said you were only going to get a few things. How long does it take you to pick out a lipstick and some nail polish?
Are you crazy? You have no idea what you're talking about. Just for my eyes, I have to get eyeliner, an eyelash curler, eyeshadow, an eyebrow pencil, and mascara. Then I need to get foundation, liquid foundation.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you nuts? How much is all this going to cost? I'm looking at the price of each one of these little things and it's outrageous. This is basically a crayon.
What about you? You spend as much money or more on your razors, aftershave, cologne, and gel. Not to mention how much you spend on clothes and...
Fine, get the stupid $30 crayon.
All right, so talking about makeup, a lot of things here. Maybe I didn't mention a couple of things. I don't know. We took a look at the most important things, I think, right? But you also mentioned something, for example, cover-up. There's something, such makeup called cover-up.
Yeah, so cover up, it could be a couple of different things in English. For example, something that you wear to cover your body when you're at the beach. You know, you don't want to walk around and everyone can see you in your bathing suit. But when we're talking about makeup, a cover up is a thing that we use to hide blemishes or zits or pimples. So you know when you get a really small red dot on your face and you're embarrassed and it's ugly and you don't want anyone to see it? Well, cover up is a kind of makeup you use that looks like your skin color and you put it on top and you can't see the red anymore.
Okay, so you cover up your pimple.
Yeah, or you use cover up. It's a noun too.
Okay, and I've also seen that, many girls don't really wear too much lipstick anymore nowadays. They use this thing called lip gloss.
Okay, lip gloss. Remember we were talking about polish earlier? Well, gloss is a similar word. It means something that makes another thing shiny. And so lipstick can be very dry, can be very flat. But lip gloss is something that makes things look wet, makes things look shiny.
Okay, and actually one last thing before, when we talked about gel, I guess guys use gel, but women use this thing called mousse.
Or they could use gel too. Yeah. I don't think it's gender specific, but a lot of people use mousse. I know some men who use mousse as well.
Yeah.
Mousse is kind of like a foam. You know, it comes in a can and it goes...
Yeah, and it like inflates this white substance.
Yeah, it looks like... I don't know.
Like whipped cream.
Like whipped cream, yeah. And you put it in your hair and it's very fluffy. And it's actually less strong. It's not like gel because if you put it in your hair won't look hard. But it will help shape your hair if you want to keep your hair in one place.
A lot of things here. I think in beauty and cosmetics, we have a lot of things. And probably we didn't even touch on half of the things that are out there. So if you have any questions or if you want to ask us anything at all about this lesson or anything else, you could always come to EnglishPod.com and leave your questions and comments there.
So we'll see you at EnglishPod, and until next time.
All right,
bye everyone.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
To quickly get something to eat. To grab a bite. A cosmetic applied to thicken, lengthen, and darken the eyelashes. Mascara. A cosmetic coloring material applied to the eyelid. Eyeshadow. Passing reasonable bounds, intolerable or shocking. Outrageous. In a basic way, fundamentally or essentially. Basically.
Let's try that faster.
A cosmetic coloring material applied to the eyelid. Eyeshadow. In a basic way, fundamentally or essentially. Basically. To quickly get something to eat. To grab a bite. A cosmetic applied to thicken, lengthen, and darken the eyelashes. Mascara. Passing reasonable bounds, intolerable or shocking. Outrageous.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
To grab a bite. As soon as I got home from work, I grabbed a bite to eat, then went out again to pick up my kids. To grab a bite. Let's grab a quick bite at this rest stop, and then we're back on the road for another few hours. To grab a bite. I really need to grab a bite to eat soon, or else I'll pass out. Eyeshadow. I love wearing eyeshadow in bold colors, but I have to be careful not to look like a clown. Eyeshadow. She applied a light eyeshadow to her lid and a darker eyeshadow to her crease. Eyeshadow. Which shade of eyeshadow should I wear tonight? Mascara. Many women say that the one makeup item they could not live without is mascara. Mascara. First curl your lashes with an eyelash curler and then apply some mascara to your eyelashes. Mascara. Be sure to wear waterproof mascara on the day of your wedding. Outrageous. The prices in this store are outrageous. Outrageous. I find it outrageous that he would even suggest I was involved in the scandal. Outrageous. Her demands were so outrageous that I laughed in her face. Basically. Basically, she's saying that we shouldn't buy from this company because they mistreat their workers. Basically. This is basically a copy of the other computer program we were using, just easier to operate. Basically. These restaurants all serve basically the same type of food.
Hello everyone and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have an elementary level lesson all about going shopping.
That's right. Today we are going with a guy to a shop and he's buying a new suit.
Okay, so lots of great words for men or for buying clothes for your husband or brother. Let's take a listen to today's dialogue. We'll be back in a moment.
Hello, sir. What can I do for you today?
Hello, I need a new suit. I have an important interview next week, so I really need to look sharp.
No problem. We have a broad selection of suits, all tailor-made, so it will fit perfectly.
Great. I want a three-piece suit, preferably made from Italian cashmere or wool.
Very well, sir. Would you like to have some shirts made also?
Sure. I'll also take some silver cufflinks and a pair of silk ties.
Very good. Now, if you will accompany me, we can take your measurements and choose the patterns for your suit and shirts.
All right, we're back. So a very simple dialogue about a guy needing a suit, and he talked to the tailor apparently about a couple of things. Now, why don't we take a look at some of those words in Language Takeaway?
Language takeaway.
Well, first of all, a tailor is a person who makes clothes. So in this case, a man who makes suits. And the first thing that we have to talk about is the kinds of suits that he has. He says, we have a broad selection of suits.
Okay, so this adjective, broad, what does that mean?
It means wide. You know, you can have a very broad street. That means many cars can fit across it. But in this case, we're talking about a selection. So that means a broad selection of suits, very, very many suits to choose from.
Okay, so for example, if you go to a music store where they sell CDs and stuff like that, they will have a broad selection of music. So you can have rap and hip-hop and R&B, etc.
That's right. Or the iTunes store has a broad selection of music. You can choose basically anything.
That's right. Okay. So we have a broad selection of suits, and he said, well, great. I actually need a 3-piece suit.
Okay, so there are different kinds of suits. Some just have 2 pieces, like pants and a jacket. But the kind that the man wants is a 3-piece suit. So that means there's a jacket, pants, or trousers, some people might say, and a vest.
Okay. So, yeah, you've probably seen this. They look very nice. Basically, under or over your shirt, you wear a vest. And so, if you wear a vest with a suit, it's called a 3-piece suit.
You know who I'm thinking of right now who always wears 3-piece suits? He's very famous, a football player, actually.
Beckham?
Yes.
Really?
David Beckham. I don't know if you guys watched the World Cup, but in the World Cup, David Beckham was always wearing a 3-piece suit.
Wow. And that heat. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a 3-piece suit. Now, we don't have a 4-piece suit, do we?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't think so either.
Tux, you have like on your
Sash.
waist, the cummerbund.
Oh, cummerbund, that's what it's called. Okay. Well, that's for a tuxedo. Now, moving on, we talk about the materials of the suit. And he said, well, I preferably want something made from Italian cashmere or wool.
Okay, so Italian is an adjective that describes things that come from Italy. And Italy is very famous for its fabrics and silk. And so in this case, we're talking about Italian wool. Cashmere is a very expensive, very soft kind of wool.
Okay, and wool is basically a sort of material that comes from the sheep, from the hair of the sheep.
That's right. And so different sheep, different animals have different kinds of wool, and these have different prices. So some are more expensive and some are cheaper. Cashmere is very expensive.
Okay, very good. And so he also is offered some shirts, and he's like, yeah, sure, I'll take some shirts. And I also need some silver cufflinks.
Okay, so when you close your shirts by your wrist, you usually have a button, or in some cases, something a little bit more fancy. And when it's more fancy, it's called a cuff link.
Yes, you've probably seen it. It looks like a small metal button that you can remove from your shirt. So it looks a lot better. It's kind of hard to explain, but just imagine on your wrist, you have a small metal button that you can close your shirt at the wrist.
That's right. And some people have very, very fancy ones with special pictures. So you could have, for example, a car if you love cars, or a diamond cufflink with a diamond on it.
That's right. In this case, he wants cufflinks made of silver. And also, he wants a pair of silk ties.
Okay, so a pair of means 2. He wants 2 different silk ties. And a tie is basically is something that you put around your neck. Men wear these usually to the office. And ones that are made of silk are usually more expensive.
That's right. So a silk tie. And okay, so we've pretty much covered everything that he needs. He wants a very nice suit with a lot of great accessories. Why don't we listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back with Fluency Builder.
Hello, sir. What can I do for you today?
Hello, I need a new suit. I have an important interview next week, so I really need to look sharp.
No problem. We have a broad selection of suits all tailor-made so it will fit perfectly.
Great. I want a 3-piece suit, preferably made from Italian cashmere or wool.
Very well, sir. Would you like to have some shirts made also?
Sure. I'll also take some silver cufflinks and a pair of silk ties.
Very good. Now, if you will accompany me, we can take your measurements and choose the patterns for your suit and shirts.
So in Fluency Builder today we have 3 very useful phrases that you can say when you're with the tailor at the store buying a suit. The first one is to look sharp.
That's right. He says that he has a job interview and he wants to look sharp.
Okay, so to look means to have the appearance of, but sharp, what does this mean?
Basically, take it as a chunk or as a phrase, and if you look sharp, it means you look smart, you look good, you look clean, you look very nice.
So this is normally something we say to men.
Yeah.
You look really sharp today. Or I want him to look sharp. I'm going to buy him a nice silk tie.
That's right. So to look sharp, as I said, to look very nice, very clean, very handsome. Okay, so looking sharp. And well, when we were talking about the suit, the person mentioned that all the suits are tailor-made.
All right, this is a very important phrase if you want to go shopping for clothes that are made for you. So something is tailor-made if the sizes are made only for fitting you.
That's right.
If you go to a department store and you buy a suit off of the shelf or the rack, it's not tailor-made. But if the tailor makes it, he sews it to your size, then it's tailor-made.
That's right.
You know, wedding dresses are tailor-made. Special suits are tailor-made. So this is usually an expensive kind of clothing.
Okay, so it basically means the tailor, the person, made it especially for you.
That's right.
And the opposite, as you said, would be off the rack.
Off the rack. And this means that when you go to the store, you pick something, you like it, and you buy it. There's no one is going to sew it to make it fit you.
That's right. So this is actually how most of us get our clothes. You go to the department store, you get a pair of jeans, a t-shirt. Obviously, all that stuff is off the rack. It's not tailor-made for your size.
That's right.
Okay.
But if you really want to get something tailor-made, you need to be able to talk to the tailor about it. And so he will usually say, "Let me take your measurements." This is our next phrase.
That's right. The tailor mentioned that he wants to take him over there and take his measurements. So when the tailor says, "I want to take your measurements," or "I need to take your measurements," what does that mean?
That means I need to measure parts of your body to help make the suit. So he'll normally measure your shoulders, your waist, your hips, and how long things will be, so your arms and your legs. And these are all important measurements to know how big or how small to make the suit.
That's right. You want the tailor to take your measurements, or you can also say you have to get measured.
That's right. So to get measured or to take someone's measurements, these are key phrases for buying a tailor-made suit.
Very good. Okay. Why don't we listen to our dialogue one last time, and we'll be back to talk some more.
Hello, sir. What can I do for you today?
Hello, I need a new suit. I have an important interview next week, so I really need to look sharp.
No problem. We have a broad selection of suits all tailor-made so it will fit perfectly.
Great. I want a 3-piece suit, preferably made from Italian cashmere or wool.
Very well, sir. Would you like to have some shirts made also?
Sure. I'll also take some silver cufflinks and a pair of silk ties.
Very good. Now, if you will accompany me, we can take your measurements and choose the patterns for your suit and shirts.
So do you have any tailor-made suits, Marco?
I actually don't. I haven't. Here to the office, I never wear a suit. We don't really need to wear suits all fancy. And there have been very few occasions where I've needed a suit. So I actually don't have a suit at the moment.
Not even one.
Not even one.
Off the rack.
I left them all at home, and I just haven't used them. And probably they wouldn't fit anymore. This is
Yeah.
the problem with getting things tailor-made as well.
The thing is, though, with a tailor-made suit, usually it's made to get bigger or smaller.
Mhm.
So maybe the shoulders and the arms are the same, but if you gain weight or you lose weight, the tailor can make those small changes.
That's right. Actually, I would. I had a friend who got some tailor-made jeans, and I think that would be nice because sometimes, I don't know, jeans for me, they don't fit well.
Yeah, me neither. There's a very famous company that does tailor-made jeans that I was thinking about going to because I hate buying jeans off the rack.
Yeah, they usually don't fit. Either the waist is too, if I need a bigger waist, but then everything is too baggy and it just doesn't look right, or everything is too small. So I think this is a very interesting thing, although I don't know how expensive it would be because getting tailor-made clothes is relatively expensive.
It can be very expensive, although that's usually in America or in Europe. In places like India and China, I think it's much more common to have things made to fit you, tailor-made.
This is a very interesting subject, and actually we are wondering if maybe you know a tailor, you are a tailor, or you've gotten things tailor-made for you. Maybe you got married recently and you had a tailor-made tuxedo or a tailor-made wedding dress.
That's right, so let us know. We can be found at EnglishPod.com. We hope to see you there.
All right, bye guys.
Bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Stylish or fashionable. Sharp. Wide, a lot. Broad. Most wanted or preferred. Preferably. To go together with. Accompany.
Let's try that faster.
Stylish or fashionable. Sharp. To go together with. Accompany. Most wanted or preferred. Preferably. Wide, a lot. Broad.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Sharp. Dan looks really sharp today. I think he has an important meeting. Sharp. I always try to look sharp on Mondays. Sharp. The first class of day is very important, so everyone tries to look sharp. Broad. The store has a broad selection of mobile phones. Broad. The new Victoria's Secret catalog has a broad selection of clothes and lingerie. Broad. That store used to have a broad selection of digital cameras, but now they only sell camcorders. Preferably. You should buy some vitamins, preferably from a well-known supplement maker. Preferably. I would like a Coca-Cola, preferably Diet Coke. Preferably. I would like to live in Chicago, but preferably in the downtown area. Accompany. The vice president accompanied the president to Peru. Accompany. She went to Europe accompanied by her colleague. Accompany. The tour guide will accompany us to our hotel.
Hello everyone and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have a very romantic dialogue for you.
That's right. Today we are at a shop and we are buying jewelry. So, of course, there are many different types of jewelry and stones. So we're going to take a look at all that great stuff. Let's jump into our dialogue and see what's going on.
afternoon, sir. Is there anything I can help you with today?
Yeah. I'm looking for a nice gift to give my girlfriend. Our 5th anniversary is next Friday.
Well, I would be happy to assist you in choosing the perfect gift for her. Is there anything in particular that you have in mind?
No, not really. I'm completely at a loss.
Well, you can give her a set of pearl earrings, or this beautiful heart-shaped pendant. What is her favorite gemstone?
That purple one. I'm sorry, I've never bought jewelry for anyone, and I'm kind of nervous.
Don't worry, we specialize in providing our customers a relaxed, pressure-free shopping environment. That stone is an amethyst. We have a range of beautiful amethyst pieces. Take a look at this bracelet. It's 18-karat rose gold studded with amethyst and blue topaz. It's a great statement piece.
Oh, wow. That's really pretty. Jess would love that. But I was thinking of something a little more delicate, perhaps a necklace?
We have this beautiful platinum pendant, or you could also get her a locket. You could also get her a timepiece. It's both glamorous and functional. If you tell me a little more about your girlfriend, maybe I can help you find something for her.
Jess? Well, she's very smart. She has a great sense of humor. She's very feminine.
Perhaps you could give her a ring.
Well, actually, I was thinking about asking Jess to marry me. I've just been so nervous.
Well, sir, I believe your 5th anniversary is a great time to propose.
Okay, I've decided. I'm going to pop the question.
Fabulous. We should look at engagement rings then. Now, that's a whole other section.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
In language takeaway, we have a lot of jewelry words and terms for you. So let's take a look at some of these. The first one I want to talk about, Marco, is pearl earrings.
That's right. The sales assistant offered a set of pearl earrings. So we have earrings that you wear on your ears, right? Usually girls.
Yes.
But what about pearl?
Pearls are a kind of decoration that come from inside an animal. The clam is a sea animal that opens up, and inside there might be a little pearl. It's usually a white or pink, very, very pretty object, and we sometimes put them in earrings or on a necklace.
That's right. So a set of pearl earrings are earrings that have this little rock or this little marble-looking thing on it. And, well, he also offered a beautiful heart-shaped pendant.
Okay, a pendant is a kind of necklace, and basically a pendant is something that hangs down. So in this case, it's a necklace that might have something on the bottom that hangs down like in the shape of a heart.
So that's what heart-shaped means. It means that it has the shape of a heart. Like, for example, you can have a heart-shaped cake.
You can also have a heart-shaped face.
Okay, very good. So, and of course, the pendant is a little thing that hangs from the necklace. Now, maybe some pendants can also have a gemstone, and that's our next word.
So a gemstone is not just a normal stone. It's a beautiful, normally expensive stone. And we often have gemstones that relate to a person's birthday.
Right, right.
So these come in many different colors and types. The two that we heard about in today's dialogue are purple and blue.
That's right. The purple stone that you're talking about is the one that the shop assistant suggested, which is amethyst.
Amethyst is a purple stone. It's really, really pretty, and it's sometimes light, sometimes a little bit darker. Depends on the one that you're looking at. But amethyst is a little bit difficult to say, but it's a kind of gemstone. The other one we heard about is called topaz.
Okay, a topaz, and this one is blue. So I guess they all look very much like diamonds, but they are different colors. So topaz looks like a blue diamond, kind of.
Right, and ruby is red.
And ruby is red. Very good. I think there's a black one that's called onyx.
Onyx is black. That's right.
Okay, so many different types of gemstones, and as Catherine said, usually each month has a specific gemstone, so that's considered your gemstone if you were born on that month.
Exactly.
All right. Now, moving on to our next word, we have another type of jewelry that usually hangs from a necklace, just like a pendant, but on this occasion, it's a locket.
Okay, a locket is something that usually women will wear around their necks. Now, this is like a pendant, but it opens. So it's something that can open up, and sometimes people have photographs inside. Many times they're shaped like a heart or a book, and inside you can see a picture or a note, something very personal.
Okay, very good. So it's very similar to a pendant, but as you said, it opens up. You see it all the time in movies. People have pendants, and inside they have a nice picture of someone.
That's right. So that's a locket.
All right, very good. I think we've taken a look at a lot of vocab related to jewelry here. Why don't we go back, let's review this dialogue, and we'll be back in a bit.
Good afternoon, sir. Is there anything I can help you with today?
Yeah. I'm looking for a nice gift to give my girlfriend. Our 5th anniversary is next Friday.
Well, I would be happy to assist you in choosing the perfect gift for her. Is there anything in particular that you have in mind?
No, not really. I'm completely at a loss.
Well, you can give her a set of pearl earrings, or this beautiful heart-shaped pendant. What is her favorite gemstone?
That purple one. I'm sorry, I've never bought jewelry for anyone, and I'm kind of nervous.
Don't worry, we specialize in providing our customers a relaxed, pressure-free shopping environment. That stone is an amethyst. We have a range of beautiful amethyst pieces. Take a look at this bracelet. It's 18-karat rose gold studded with amethyst and blue topaz. It's a great statement piece.
Oh, wow. That's really pretty. Jess would love that. But I was thinking of something a little more delicate, perhaps a necklace?
We have this beautiful platinum pendant, or you could also get her a locket. You could also get her a timepiece. It's both glamorous and functional. If you tell me a little more about your girlfriend, maybe I can help you find something for her.
Jess? Well, she's very smart. She has a great sense of humor. She's very feminine.
Perhaps you could give her a ring.
Well, actually, I was thinking about asking Jess to marry me. I've just been so nervous.
Well, sir, I believe your 5th anniversary is a great time to propose.
Okay, I've decided. I'm going to pop the question.
Fabulous. We should look at engagement rings then. Now, that's a whole other section.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So the first phrase in Fluency Builder today comes from the beginning of our dialogue, where Mark says to the shop assistant, "Listen, I'm completely at a loss."
Okay, so what does he mean when he told the shopkeeper, "I'm completely at a loss"?
At a loss means I have no idea. I'm really confused.
Okay.
All right, I need help.
So if a teacher asks you a question and you don't know the answer, you can say, "I'm sorry, I'm at a loss."
I'm at a loss. Or when I see someone and they say, "Hi, how you doing?" They say, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I'm really at a loss. I don't remember your name."
Okay, very good. So I'm at a loss. Now, when Mark was describing his girlfriend, Jess, he said, well, she's very smart and has a great sense of humor.
Okay, so sense of humor is a characteristic that we give to people. So he has no sense of humor, or she has a great sense of humor. And this means that this person likes to tell jokes and is funny and enjoys a good time, really.
So it means that this person is not really that serious or always like angry or unhappy.
No, not an overly serious person. It generally means that the person is good at telling jokes and makes you laugh.
Okay. So Jess has a good sense of humor. And because of all these things, and they've been together for 5 years, Mark says, okay, I've decided. I'm going to pop the question.
Okay, this might sound very strange because you think, well, pop the question. What is the question? Well, in English, the phrase pop the question has a very special meaning. It means to ask someone to marry you.
So if I say I'm going to pop the question, that means I'm going to ask someone to marry me.
That's right. Or you could say, he popped the question last night. We're engaged.
Okay, so that means...
He asked me to marry him.
Okay, all right. So it's a phrase, to pop the question. So whenever you use it together, you're talking about asking someone to marry you.
Exactly.
All right, great stuff. Why don't we go back and listen to this dialogue one last time?
Good afternoon, sir. Is there anything I can help you with today?
Yeah. I'm looking for a nice gift to give my girlfriend. Our 5th anniversary is next Friday.
Well, I would be happy to assist you in choosing the perfect gift for her. Is there anything in particular that you have in mind?
No, not really. I'm completely at a loss.
Well, you can give her a set of pearl earrings, or this beautiful heart-shaped pendant. What is her favorite gemstone?
That purple one. I'm sorry, I've never bought jewelry for anyone, and I'm kind of nervous.
Don't worry, we specialize in providing our customers a relaxed, pressure-free shopping environment. That stone is an amethyst. We have a range of beautiful amethyst pieces. Take a look at this bracelet. It's 18-karat rose gold studded with amethyst and blue topaz. It's a great statement piece.
Oh, wow. That's really pretty. Jess would love that. But I was thinking of something a little more delicate, perhaps a necklace?
We have this beautiful platinum pendant, or you could also get her a locket. You could also get her a timepiece. It's both glamorous and functional. If you tell me a little more about your girlfriend, maybe I can help you find something for her.
Jess? Well, she's very smart. She has a great sense of humor. She's very feminine.
Perhaps you could give her a ring.
Well, actually, I was thinking about asking Jess to marry me. I've just been so nervous.
Well, sir, I believe your 5th anniversary is a great time to propose.
Okay, I've decided. I'm going to pop the question.
Fabulous. We should look at engagement rings then. Now, that's a whole other section.
So talking about jewelry and all of these gemstones, we also took a look at different metal types. We talked about gold, which is, I think, one of the most popular types of metals.
That's right. It's kind of like a yellow color.
Now, when we talk about gold, we talk about 14 karat, 18 karat, 24 karat, stuff like this.
Yeah, so the carat, usually it's abbreviated like a K, 18K, 14K. It means how pure the gold is.
Okay, so, and actually they also use it in diamonds. They talk about a diamond that's 1 carat or 2 carats.
Right, so in diamonds it has a different meaning. It actually means how much the diamond weighs. So some engagement rings are 1/2 carat or 1 carat, and the really, really, really big ones are like 2 carats, and those are very expensive.
That's right. And we also saw another metal here, platinum, which is a very nice metal. It looks like silver, but it's stronger.
It's much stronger, so you can hit something and it won't leave an impression. It won't change the look of the metal. And this is very popular right now for wedding bands. You know those rings that men and women get after they're married? Many people like to get this silvery looking platinum ring.
I've actually seen different types of metals that weren't mentioned in the dialogue, like titanium rings.
Titanium is also a very strong metal.
Or I can't remember this metal, but it's used on spacecraft, and it's very, very strong, stronger than titanium.
I don't know what it is.
And yeah, they also make rings out of it. But another interesting thing is some people make their own rings, their wedding bands or their wedding rings.
I've seen that. It's a very nice thing to do, I think, because it's meaningful. People like to do it together, and then they have these rings that are very special for them.
So a person that makes jewelry or makes rings, it's called a jeweler, right?
A jeweler. That's right. So I have a friend who is a jeweler. He makes beautiful rings and earrings.
Okay. So not only rings, a person that makes jewelry in general can be called a jeweler.
Exactly.
All right, a very interesting topic, especially for the girls who always love to have rings and diamonds and necklaces.
Or the boys. I know some boys really like to get earrings or to have jewelry like.
I've never
ring.
really seen too many guys wearing necklaces, though.
A lot of guys wear cross necklaces. I've seen. Mm-hmm.
Or rings. Not too many rings. I don't think it's a
Wedding
big
rings?
thing. But wedding rings,
A
yeah.
lot of American guys wear rings.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think. Well, not a lot, but some do.
So, well, obviously it's popular all around, and of course, we are interested in hearing from you guys. So if you have any questions or any other suggestions about this lesson or anything, you can always find us at EnglishPod.com.
We hope to see you guys there.
All right.
Bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
The date on which a romance began. Anniversary. To be thinking of something. Have in mind. Something in the shape of a heart. Heart-shaped. A piece of jewelry that hangs on a chain. Pendant. A stone that can be used in jewelry. Gemstone. A clear purple or bluish purple stone. Amethyst. A piece of jewelry worn on the wrist. Bracelet. Contains 75% gold. 18K. A blue precious stone. Blue topaz. A heavy silver-colored metal. Platinum. A small ornamental case. Locket. Ask a big question. Proposal. Pop the question.
Let's try that faster.
The date on which a romance began. Anniversary. A small ornamental case. Locket. A heavy silver-colored metal. Platinum. To be thinking of something. Have in mind. Something in the shape of a heart. Heart-shaped. A blue precious stone. Blue topaz. A piece of jewelry worn on the wrist. Bracelet. A clear purple or bluish purple stone. Amethyst. A piece of jewelry that hangs on a chain. Pendant. A stone that can be used in jewelry. Gemstone. Ask a big question. Proposal. Pop the question. Contains 75% gold. 18K.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
There's a particular dish I'm always craving. I like all of the dresses, but there isn't a particular one I'm in love with. He has a particular way of doing things, and doesn't like it when you do something different. Have in mind. I have this Thai restaurant in mind, and I really want to try it. Have in mind. If you're going to get a dress made, it's better to have a style in mind. Have in mind. Do you have any suggestions for what we can do this afternoon? I don't have anything in mind. This place is so beautiful. I'm at a loss for what to say. Her boyfriend gave her a great birthday surprise, and she was at a loss at how to express her gratitude. They're so annoying. I'm at a loss at how to describe it. Sephora offers a wide range of perfumes so that you can find one that suits you. The mall offers a range of formal dresses and suits. Shanghai has a lot of restaurants in a wide price range. Pop the question. You've been dating for 3 years. Are you thinking of popping the question? Pop the question. James finally popped the question. Our wedding is next summer. Pop the question. He's very nervous because he's thinking of popping the question tonight.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're going shopping for something. What are we going shopping for, Marco?
That's right. Today we are buying pants, and we're going to try to see if we find a good pair of jeans.
Yeah, sometimes pants are too small, sometimes they're too big. Let's try and find the right pair today.
Excuse me, can I try on this pair of jeans?
Sure, let me see. I'm afraid we don't have any size 8s left.
What are you talking about? I'm always a size 4. Here, I'll try these.
They seem a bit too tight. Shall I find you a larger size?
No, they fit fine. They show off my curves perfectly.
Yeah, your love handles. They sure do. Although, here, you forgot to close this button.
Yeah, right. I'll do it now.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at some vocab on language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, so today on Language Takeaway, the first phrase we have is actually a verbal phrase. This is what we do when we go to find some clothes. We try on those clothes.
That's right. So that is as you said, a verbal phrase. And to try on a pair of pants or to try on some clothes is to put them on and see if they are okay, if they're the right size.
That's right. So if I'm in the store and I see a shirt that I really like, I go to the dressing room to try it on. Or you could say, oh my gosh, Marco, come here. This shirt is great. You should try it on.
That's right. So you try it on or you try on something. All right. So as we said, we wanted to try on a pair of jeans. So let's take a look at this connection of words, pair of jeans.
All right, so you don't have a jeans, you have a pair of them. And this is because you have not one, but 2 legs. So pair means 2 of something.
That's right. So it doesn't mean that you have 2 pants, right? It doesn't mean that you have 2 pieces of clothing. It means that you have 1 piece of clothing that's a pair of jeans.
That's right. So you have 1 part for 1 leg and 1 part for another leg. The same is true of glasses because, glasses are for your 2 eyes.
That's right.
So you have a pair of glasses.
That's right. A pair of glasses, a pair of shoes.
Also.
Okay. So we are trying on these pair of jeans, but they seem to be a bit too tight.
All right. So tight is a word we use when something is too small. It's hard to move if something is too tight.
So maybe if the pants are too small, they might be too tight.
Yeah, and we often say this, especially to girls. My mom used to say this. Oh no, you're not wearing that skirt. It's too tight. You can see your body underneath.
Okay. So actually, the opposite would be loose. If something's too big.
Too big. If it's too big, it's loose. If it's too small, it's tight.
Okay. Now, if it's not too big and not too small, then that means it fits.
It fits. That's right. So I could say, I think I want to buy this pair of jeans. It fits very well.
So if the pants or the pair of jeans fit, it means they are okay for you. They're not too big, not too small.
They're comfortable.
Comfortable. And in this case, she said that they fit perfectly because they show off her curves. Now, what is she talking about, my curves?
Well, a curve is something that's not straight. It bends. But when we're talking about a person's curves, we're talking about maybe a woman's hips or her behind, her rear end, or her chest. And so women who have curves maybe are rounder, not flat.
Okay. So it's something that usually you would use with girls, right? That, a girl has nice curves. You wouldn't really say that for a guy, I think.
No, guys, you don't really talk about curves. But with girls, usually you can see someone's curves if she wears tight clothes.
Okay, very good. So why don't we take a break? Let's review all this vocab, and we'll be back in a bit with Fluency Builder.
Excuse me, can I try on this pair of jeans?
Sure, let me see. I'm afraid we don't have any size 8s left.
What are you talking about? I'm always a size 4. Here, I'll try these.
They seem a bit too tight. Shall I find you a larger size?
No, they fit fine. They show off my curves perfectly.
Yeah, your love handles. They sure do. Although, here, you forgot to close this button.
Yeah, right. I'll do it now.
All right, now it's time for 3 phrases. Let's take a look at those on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right, so we heard this phrase here, I'm afraid, and it means something maybe different from what you've heard before. So the shopkeeper said, I'm afraid we don't have any size 8s left.
That's right. So when you start a sentence like this, you're basically apologizing a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's like saying, I'm sorry, I don't think we have size 8s left. So maybe I go into the store and I say, well, I would like some chocolate milk, please.
And I say, I'm sorry, I'm afraid we ran out of chocolate milk.
I'm afraid we ran out. So this means it's too bad, or unfortunately, we don't have any.
That's right. So it's not the same being afraid, like you're scared.
No, it's not that afraid. It's a polite way for usually a shopkeeper to say, I'm sorry, we can't help you.
Okay. So going back to curves, the girl used this interesting phrasal verb there, to show off.
All right, so we know the word to show, but to show something off, to show off, means to display or exhibit. It's almost like you want other people to look at you.
Okay, so if I guess maybe you can see it on the street if someone is in their car and they're playing loud music, kind of drawing attention to their car. They're kind of showing off their car. They want you to see their car or just hear how great sound system they have.
That's right. Or some women will wear very, very short skirts because they want to show off their long legs.
That's right. All right, but now something that you don't really want to show off are your love handles.
All right. Now, this is a very funny phrase. It's actually something we say in spoken English that if you say it to someone else might be very rude. Love handles are the part of your body above your waist that if you have a little fat, it's like they're squishy. You can touch them.
Right. So just think about how maybe people that are a little bit overweight, they put on a pair of pants. And on their sides, in their waist, the extra skin that kind of is around the pants, that's called love handles.
And we say love handles because when someone hugs you or they want to hold you, that's where they put their hands. There's extra to hold on to.
Right. I think sometimes they're even they may be called like tires or something like this.
Well, spare tire is in the front. It's near your belly.
All right. So that's called a spare tire.
That's right. So spare tire is in the front. It's a belly. Normally when people drink a lot of beer, very often they have a spare tire. But this is actually, love handles are on the sides. But that's our last word today. Let's remember that it's not something you want to go around telling people they have, but you can joke with your friends about
Right,
it.
exactly. All right, so let's listen to the dialogue one last time.
Excuse me, can I try on this pair of jeans?
Sure, let me see. I'm afraid we don't have any size 8s left.
What are you talking about? I'm always a size 4. Here, I'll try these.
They seem a bit too tight. Shall I find you a larger size?
No, they fit fine. They show off my curves perfectly.
Yeah, your love handles. They sure do. Although, here, you forgot to close this button.
Yeah, right. I'll do it now.
All right, so speaking about pants, I've noticed something that the girl asked for a size 4, but she really was a size 8. So how does this work? Because as guys, we don't have size 4s, 5 or 1s or anything. We you buy a pair of jeans, you say size 32 in the waist and size 30 in length or something like this.
So that's right. Men's clothes usually indicate the size of your waist. So 32 is a 32-inch waist.
Aha.
But women's clothes don't have those measurements. And I sometimes think it would be better if we did, because it's very hard. Some stores have size 4, which is one size, but if you go to another store, it's very different. So you always have to try on these clothes. But normally in America, the sizes go from 0, which is the very, very smallest, to 14 or 16, which is the largest.
Okay.
Normal size for most women would be an 8. I think an 8 or a 10.
And now, obviously, this depends on the countries, because, like, for example, being in Asia, in China, the women are usually a little bit thinner or smaller. So it's harder, I think, it's harder to actually have this universal form of measurements for girls.
That's right. So in the back of your pants, for example, there'll usually be some fabric, and it will say the size according to different countries. In America, size 6; in China, size 28. And so they'll have the different numbers. And UK is also a different size.
Kind of like your shoes. If you look inside your shoe, it'll say, I think, a Japanese size, the UK size, which is like 41, 42, and the USA size, which is like size 8 or 9.
Size 8, yeah.
So yeah, it's very, very interesting, especially when you're buying clothes. You have to remember what size you are, and you have to ask the person to let you try it on, because some things I know you can try on, right?
That's right. And in some stores, you have to ask for help to take things off the racks, so it can be very difficult. But normally, if you say, hey, can I try this on, the shopkeeper will help you.
Okay, great stuff. And of course, if you have any questions or you want to comment on this lesson or any of our lessons, you can find us at EnglishPod.com.
We hope to see you all there.
All right, bye.
Bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Try on, to put clothing in order to judge its appearance and fit. Try on. Affording little or no extra room, fitting closely. Tight. To go into or through a particular space. Fit. Bulges of fat at the sides of the waist. Love handles. Get someone to pay attention. Show.
Let's try that faster.
Get someone to pay attention. Show. Affording little or no extra room, fitting closely. Tight. To go into or through a particular space. Fit.
Try on, to put clothing in order to judge its appearance and fit. Try on. Bulges of fat at the sides of the waist. Love handles.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Try on. She tried on a lot of clothes and in the end she didn't buy anything. Try on. Let me try this on and see if it fits. Try on. This dress is so lovely. Can I try it on? Fit. This shirt looks really tight on you. Are you sure this is the right size? Fit. I don't like clothes that are too tight. Fit. This pair of shoes are a bit tight. Do you have a larger size? Tight. I don't like clothes that are too tight. Tight. This pair of shoes are a bit tight. Do you have a larger size? Tight. This shirt looks really tight on you. Are you sure this is the right size? Show. Sheena is showing off her new handbag again. Show. The cutting of this shirt really shows off my curves. Show. He bought that sports car just to show off. Love handles. I'm afraid your love handles are showing. Love handles. Julie is working hard to get rid of her love handles. Love handles. She likes to wear loose t-shirts to hide her love handles.